PKA 727 with our guest Richard Ryan Taylor.
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Blue Chew, Lock and Load, and of course our merch. We'll talk more about that later. Richard, you're looking good. Hope you're feeling good. What's new in your world?
Did you lose weight?
I have. I'm doing like a family fitness challenge thing where collectively we're all trying to hit targets for a turkey trot next week, and we'll average all of our times as a family, and then we'll try to beat it next year, maybe March or something like that. So it's like we're not singling one person out in the family like, hey, you suck, I'm gonna smoke you or whatever. It's just like everybody collectively does.
It does seem like you probably have some grotesquely fat niece who's going to be the real opportunity for gains next year, right? Like Richard's only going to get 3% faster if he cranks in this. But Megan, okay, Tubby Tubs, we can cut 10 minutes off your 5K.
Is that the case, Richard? What do you want to know if there are any little piggies in the family?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, we all live in America, right? So that'd say there's a statistical probability that some people need to lose some poundage. So that was the thing. Is like I don't want to single anybody out and give them like there's enough people with body dysmorphia and eating disorders out there. I don't want to like contribute to that. More. But if we could say, hey, look, like what do you want your goal to be? Awesome. Here's how we're going to do it. We're going to structure like, you know, what your calorie deficit is a day. And like, I don't personally like to do daily caloric allocations. I like a week because that's easier for me because I can say, hey, look, I'm going to be a fat ass today. I'm going to have some Lindt chocolate truffles or whatever. And then like maybe tomorrow I cut back a little bit or something because it's easier to look at things on a weekly scale than it is daily. Because then,
whatever works.
I do. Yeah. And here's another thing. If you do try to do this as a family, I might be busting it here, but whatever. You know, there's all the different calorie tracker apps like MyFitnessPal. Those are absurdly expensive. But if you sign up for, was it Chronometer using coupon code Richard? No, I'm just kidding. But if you go to Chronometer, you can sign up as a coach and you get 10 students for free or something like that. So I just signed up as a coach and I allocated my students as my family, and that saves us correct. Because I didn't want anybody else to have to. And so, but the thing is you're not having to pay for additional seats until after 10 people. So it came out way cheaper, paying the $50 versus 20 times, 7 people or whatever.
It's also free. Like I paid for Chronometer when I used it to help me cut, but the benefits were pretty mild, if I recall.
Yeah,
maybe it's different now. Yeah, I mean, like you could definitely use free Chronometer and learn a lot.
I never paid.
You never paid. Yeah, and we all saw what Kyle looked like. You could achieve good stuff.
Yeah, you don't need to pay. You just need a little, you inject every day.
But you do need to track. It's like I didn't realize where my calories were coming from. Like, a plate for dinner for me 5 years ago that I thought was healthy might have been like chicken, mixed vegetables, and like a baked potato. And I would put a pat of butter on the mixed vegetables and one on each half of the baked potato. I wasn't aware. I knew butter wasn't good for you, but I didn't know that those 3 pads of butter were about equal in calories to the rest of the dinner. And that's the kind of eye opener that Chronometer got for me. I was like, fuck, like it.
Yeah.
Just wow. And there's a bunch of those. I knew trail mix was bad. Now I know how bad.
Yeah. Sometimes you can just look at someone, you're like, hey, stop. Is that a Dr. Pepper? What are you fucking thinking? Like you can do that. But then, like you said, you use something like Chronometer. And I used it for the first couple months until I sort of had it down and like knew what. Yeah. It's just like video games where like that sword does 37 damage. You don't want that. After a while, you're just like, the DPS on that sucks. What is it? It's 12 DPS. How do you not know that already? Like after a while, you know the macros of an egg and an apple and all the things that you fucking eat. And didn't
you say that you worked with Derek from More Plates, More Dates?
Yeah. Extensively.
So as soon as you mentioned him, I think it was in the last podcast, I followed him on Instagram and everything. Fucking love the guy. And I was like, okay, I'm going to try all these different types of proteins. And, I'll mix them with my cold brew in the morning. And so, again, fat kid trying to trick myself into like I'm having something, like a Starbucks sugar latte or some shit.
We can't.
Yeah. And so I was trying all these different proteins for protein ice cream and everything else, and I saw that Gorilla Mind had a pumpkin spice like limited protein come out, and I bought a tub of it. Oh my God. Like, I was like, this is so fucking good for like first thing in the morning. Like, it's 130 calories, 25 grams of protein. And it's like I'm having like a sugary drink or something, but it's just
so you have a
coffee.
Pumpkin spice coffee in the morning. Maybe kick back with some Uggs and some yoga pants.
Exactly.
Yeah, but he's getting jacked.
Yeah,
I'm just teasing.
And well, so it was really, really fucking tasty, and I feel like a lot of people could hack that and like and make a drink like that instead of going and getting a Starbucks or something like that. And I went to order some more because I was going to tell my sisters and everyone about it, and they were sold out. And so I was like, dude, I DM'd Derek. I was like, hey man, like it'd be cool if like you guys like, you know, you did more of these kind of limited things or whatever. But if you have any more pumpkin spice laying around, let me know. I will fucking buy it. And 2 days later, I didn't like that motherfucker sent me 4 things of it. And it was kind of funny because I was like, I didn't give him my address or anything. He knew where I lived.
He put one of his goons on the dock squad to get you.
I put him up there with like Little Debbie. I don't know if I told you that story about Little Debbie, but like there's some fucking ride or die companies, and it's people who go the extra mile like that I'm just like, dude, tell me where the bodies are, I'll help. Like I really appreciate that. Like, so
yeah, Derek's great. We had Derek on the show. What was it, last week or the week before or something like that?
A few weeks ago. They kind of blend together.
Yeah, we had Dick last week, and then maybe Derek a week or two before that. I think we did election night alone, or election post coverage alone. Yeah, Derek's awesome. And he's just the bro science that he knows. If you send it, I'll ask him something on WhatsApp and he'll reply with a 10-minute voice message. And because he's so knowledgeable about it, like he's breaking it down. He's breaking the history of the compound down. He's talking about stuff way over my head. Usually I've got Google open next to the voice app, and great guy. Really love Derek.
Yeah.
I want to ask about your family race. Obviously no judgment to other members of the family, but you have kind of an internal stack ranking. You think, are you going to be number one in the fam?
Yeah, I mean, my brother-in-law could probably give me a little bit of a run for it. But I run every day. so it's one of those things where, you know, some of my family members are smokers.
Megan.
Dude, if if like all my cousins and my extended family were like, Taylor, we're doing a family race, I would like be on Travelocity booking a trip like within 5 minutes to be like, oh fuck, I wish you'd told me. I can't train and sweat and run and embarrass myself in front of you because I don't want to be. We've said this before. I don't actually know. Maybe Kyle is pretending to be a spry runner and he's not that spry. But Woody and I are like, we run like orc chieftains in Lord of the Rings, like flat feet, just big old bitch hips swaying. Like that's how we get down.
I'm not a good runner. I like not for speed or time. I've always been okay at distance running.
I'm not a runner for speed or time.
You know, the 2 ways you measure running, not those.
No, he does it for style, like LeVar from Revenge of the Geeks or the Revenge of the Nerds.
It's like not cooking for taste or health. Like you're just
like the only thing I've got going for me is I'll hang in there pretty good. You know, I usually won't quit. Like so many times I want to quit when I'm running. I want to just stop. I want to lay down. I want to lay down so bad. It's just the public embarrassment. I'm like on the sidewalk. I'd lay down. That won't work. Just keep going. Don't quit. They'll see you quit. Like that's literally it. Don't quit.
Oh yeah. That's why I kept going during like gym class, is because like I would have it in my head like I have to be in the top half at least. Because did you ever notice like you were kind of phoning it in, and then like a true bit like in high school, like I didn't have a weight problem at all. I was playing a ton of sports and very active, and then like some actual fat kid would start catching up, and it's like, this is humiliating now if I let fat Eddie over there beat me to the finish line, so you have to kick it up. And then there was always some girl who like kicked everyone's ass seemingly, and that's all she did was run. I hated that. There was nothing worse than running. No, not the girl winning, the running itself.
Okay.
Like, I don't know about your guys' gym class, but like I never dreaded gym the way some people did. It'd be like, we're playing fucking dodgeball today? Hell yeah, this is gonna be fun. And then they'd be like, newsflash, bitch, you're running, and everybody's gonna see how sweaty you are under your tits afterwards.
So how much running did you do in gym?
Probably once a month. We'd have to go out there and do running and like shuttle runs and stuff.
But okay, so
it was mostly games.
So
there would be a whole week of it for the presidential test thing. Sorry.
I just want to answer quick before the topic. We ran every day as freshmen and once a week afterwards.
Yeah. In weightlifting, we did like maybe 2 laps, half a mile a day every day. Then we go with the weights. Yeah. But in regular gym, I think we do like a legit warm up jog around the basketball court, like around the perimeter of the basketball court, and then we'd like, I don't know, we play volleyball or dodgeball all day. That's all we did. Or we go into like, I don't know, like 2 weeks out of the year, you had to go in that little room and learn how a penis worked.
Yeah.
And phys ed?
Yeah. Gym phys ed was the same thing.
You didn't do that? The coach wasn't like, keep the pants down. This is natural, bud.
No, I think ours was like health and I don't know, like there was like a cooking kind of, I don't know.
Like home ec?
Home ec. There you go.
We didn't have that.
Home ec.
Yeah, no, 1 quarter a year, we didn't do gym. We did health instead.
Oh, interesting. We did have the physical fitness challenge, though, the Arnold thing.
Yeah, we did too. Is that still around? I wonder.
No, I think they phased that out.
It's coming back. Maher.
It was Clinton when I was in school. Arnold did one, huh? Wasn't it Clinton that did the presidential physical? Maybe there's just always a presidential physical fitness test, but when
I think Clinton was president when you remembered it.
That's literally what it is.
Presidential fitness challenge.
It's literally what it is.
Implement this. This couldn't be because I was 7 when he was.
Well, when I was 7, they were. It's genuinely what happened. I was 7, and they were like, "President Clinton has a challenge for you boys," and we're like, "What does he need from us, sir? What could I do for the big man?"
Oh, Clinton needs me.
He's gonna need to do some chin-ups. I got 3 in me, sir.
3.
I think I probably did 3. You know, chin-ups are one of those things, and running was too. It's like, why do we wait till this day of the year to ever attempt a chin-up? We've never tried one of these before in this class, and now we're gonna test me on them. But when I work out, when I first started doing chin-ups, it's like first you can barely do any, but after 3 or 4 months, you're cranking regular chin-ups out, without steroids, even running's like that. Running's like that too. I can remember being like the first day we'd run, I'd just be dead. But then by like a week into it, it's like, oh, half mile's nothing. Half mile jog's nothing. I can do that every day. No big deal.
Did you guys get ribbons? Because we got ribbons.
No, we got straw.
We'd get a blue ribbon if we can, because they had it broken down
presidential and national
pull-ups, push-ups, sit-ups, and it was like you hit like the top echelon, you get a blue one, you hit the middle, you get a white one, and you do your best, you get a red one. And so I remember getting like a blue or whatever and I was always really good at the pull-up one, and so every year in grade school I'm like, yes, my chance. And then my coach would give me the blue ribbon, and I'd be like, yeah, we're probably NHL bound. That definitely translates into being a professional in hockey. Meanwhile, it's like do agility testing, fucking reds. Yeah, that's not good. Take out the skates, and I'm not very spry at all.
I remember the presidential fitness test, like I said, maybe when I was 7 or 8. But I also remember Relay for Life. Did y'all do that at all?
No, what was that?
There's some kind of a charity or some kind of partnership called Relay for Life, and I think the more miles we ran in school, somehow that equated to dollars for cancer patients or something like that. I think a charity had agreed to that, and instead of just juking the numbers for the good of the world, they made us run. I think that's what happened. I do remember you could either read or you could run was part of the deal as well. And like one lap was 5 points, let's just say. But one short book, like a really short book, like one of those thin fuckers about dinosaurs, also 5 points. And if you get like a Laura Ingalls Wilder book, like a big 500-page book, it was like 40 points. So
Oh, yeah.
I'm not running.
And
I'm
it's
not
honor
running.
system too. It's like, did you read the Boxcar
No, it's
Children and
not.
the mystery of the
No, it is not.
serial
You should have run
rapist?
8 laps then to read a whole book.
Like after you read the book, you had to go to the computer and you had to take a test about that book. You had to answer 20
How
questions.
screwed would that be if you got the test wrong and you read like one of the long books?
Yeah,
They'd
that's
give
how
you
a
more-
lot of people go.
They'd
through
let you
school,
retake
actually.
It would let you retake it. I remember all this so well. I wanted those points so bad. They had a big chart where they were keeping track of everybody's. We had stars and shit. When you ran a mile, I remember they would give you a straw every lap so that you couldn't lie about how many laps you'd done.
So
you
who
could turn
donated
straws.
to this? Just right? Did
I
you have
don't
to go out and
remember.
solicit? I remember soliciting.
No, it was a
donations for
big
this
thing.
kind of thing, and people didn't like it. And now, as an adult who understands money, I totally get it. It's like, hey, would you? How much do you want to donate for every pin I knock down in bowling? I don't know. Here's $5. Fuck off. I don't want to guess what your bowling score is gonna be. Like,
Are you trying to like 3-card Monty me right now by being a good bowler and pilfering, $50
Right?
out of
Like,
my pocket for a strike? Fuck you.
Is it one game? Like I don't know how this works, but like I don't want you to come around with an invoice 6 weeks from now with some unknown amount that I suddenly owe you because I pledged $1.
You have to go talk to Jackie. Jackie, I'm underwater on this bowling thing. We're gonna have to sell the house, homeschool the kids. Yeah, I'm just remembering back to school and those kind of activities. Do you guys remember how good the bookmobile smelled?
I don't know about a book. I don't know anything about
We had
that.
a book fair. They would cordon off an area and like turn
The
it into
library.
a book fair. Yeah.
We had that too, but you guys didn't have the bookmobile.
No.
It was so funny because they would like the teachers. I'd be like 5 in kindergarten, and the teachers would be like, "The bookmobile's here today," and they would lead up to it. So like it comes on a Friday, and they're talking about it every week, and you're like 5 or 6, and so like you're getting amped, and then you get to the bookmobile, and you're like, "Fuck it." It is just books. Like it's just all there is here.
Up until that point, I was not sharing this experience. I do remember everyone else getting amped.
Yeah.
Everyone being like, "We're 3 days from Bookmobile." Day." Like it's fucking coming, like Christmas. Like it's just books, right? The book. Like this is the worst holiday ever.
I mean, that was pre-social media though too.
It was. This was the mid 90s. And so like, but the books on the bookmobile were often worse than the books in our school library. So I'd like go there and be trying to find something good. And it'd be like, you know what? I'm going to go read that picture
How did you have
illustration
money?
book that shows cross sections of giant ships.
How did you even have money for the books? Your parents had a letter to send you to school with cash or something?
No, it was like a renting thing. Like you would get it and then you.
This sounds like look. The bookmobile is slowly starting to sound like one of those things they do in the Appalachian Mountains for impoverished corners of mountain
Well,
communities.
neither of us lived there, so
He's from Missouri. Kyle.
fact check
Cool.
wrong.
Missouri.
My bad.
No, I'm in one of the Missouri parts, so but I am outnumbered by the Missouri folks.
He's one of the best readers in St. Louis.
Oh, dude, show me anything. Show me name a word. I'll read it. Name a word. I'll tell you if I recognize it. I know that one. I know that
I've seen
one.
that before.
Do you know this word?
Repost. Yeah.
I typed it in. Kyle knows it.
Yeah. If we're having a
Everybody
little sword fight. Yeah, of course.
Boom. Know it.
I just learned it recently.
Yep.
Yeah.
Educate me.
100%.
In my game, it is a sword hit, but like a critical hit when your opponent is ready to be especially damaged, like vulnerable.
Okay.
So you're like you're striking back. They've left themselves open, and you're getting in there.
Yeah.
I think it's like a counter strike.
Yep.
If we were boxing.
Everyone, it took me a little while not to call it riposte. And then once I got past that, I needed to know what it meant.
But you're sitting there at home. You're like, all right.
Is that like reheated? Is that like reheated spaghetti or what the fuck?
Boss, that's where they don't cook it all the way. It's a little hard.
Al dente.
Love it.
Well, Taylor, you've proven yourself. You can read. Best in St. Louis.
One for
I think
one.
he's frozen though.
No,
He shook
he's
it off.
out.
It was like he looked at Medusa for like a split second and he was like, no.
Not today, ISIS.
Every time we talk about this is like back to diet stuff, but every time we talk about vegetables and healthy eating, Woody, and you say mixed vegetables, I always just want to be like, that's the worst kind of vegetables. We need to get him on the other vegetable wagon. Maybe cut some Brussels sprouts up, just a little Parmesan, not enough to throw you off your diet, just a little bit, and then you throw it in the oven, you bake it. You can do that with asparagus, not with Parmesan. Throw any oven baked. You were nodding in agreement at first, Kyle, and now you're decrying.
Well, I don't like mixed
word.
vegetables because I can't tell what I'm eating. I want to know exactly what I'm eating, but I don't like your like unhealthy Brussels sprout idea too. I don't think we really need many vegetables. I think if you're eating a vegetable, it should be for a reason. What do you want that's in that vegetable? Do you want fiber or vitamin K? Do you want iodine? Like, what are you going for here? And like, I don't think you need many vegetables.
I think you're probably right. As long as you need the fiber though. It'll fuck you up if you don't get any fiber.
You're baking them?
Yeah, vegetables. I like cutting the Brussels sprouts in half, little Parmesan. You roast it, and it's way better than a steamed vegetable.
It in the Ninja air fryer and just send it.
That's solid too. I mean, that is just roasting it in a smaller thing.
Yeah.
Usually, if I'm like, I don't always add Parmesan to. Well, I always add Parmesan to Brussels sprouts because what am I fucking doing here? That's why you get the Brussels sprouts.
This is the kind of mixed vegetables I used to eat. I know they look bland and they are bland. Yeah. I like the texture. And if you put tons of butter and salt on it, it's amazing. But
put a stick of butter on it. It's fantastic.
Dude,
if I had a bird and it was its birthday, like I would give this to it. Like
I would eat that slathered in butter, thinking it was healthy pre-chronometer. And I must be obvious to everyone else, but I didn't know.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything in there you really even need. I don't know what's in green beans.
I'll go the other way. I'll take it further. I bet the person listening, realizing I unfathomably stupid for not realizing how many calories were in butter, has a hole in their diet too, that they didn't realize the extent of how
it's concentrated calories. It's got to be fat is the most concentrated source of calories, unless you're eating like maybe alcohol is alcohol?
I was gonna say liquid was the big one,
like
for me
ethanol.
In my 20s.
Like you had pure ethanol.
Sugar's way up there.
I don't what. Concentrated calories, Zach, help us out. What's gram to calorie ratio?
A shot glass full of butter versus a shot glass full of liquor. The butter's going to be like quadruple up.
Yeah, you're right. It's fat. Fat wins.
Yeah, it has to be.
What about a shot glass full of like sugar?
But that's what I was going to say. No,
fat
but
wins.
See, fat may, if you just look at it like volumetrically, what I'm saying is like if you're taking and you're boiling tea and you're dumping a pound of sugar in it, like you're super saturating it, you're gonna have a 500 calorie freaking sweet tea that's like 16 ounces, right? It's like again the Starbucks drinks that's concentrating that much sugar in it. I mean, it may not be as bad as like I don't know,
they have a 950 calorie drink.
And it also is like it's like butter, like aside from having a lot of calories, like it's not bad for you. Like your body can do more with that butter than it can like do with vodka, which is just ethanol.
My diet is often
fats are healthy.
Focused on keeping my blood pressure in check.
I don't know about butter.
And butter's salty.
But do you get
unsalted butter?
I get unsalted butter.
Oh, I wasn't aware of this. I don't eat butter anymore. I can't remember the last time I've had butter on purpose.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah. You replace
I make my eggs in butter every time I make eggs.
Every day. Every day.
I get my 7 eggs. I get a reasonable amount of butter, enough that it's not like swimming and the eggs aren't swimming in it. They're just they're skating.
I'm going to Jackie uses it for cooking. I'm sorry.
I remember the first time, like I this was probably a few months ago, because I had been using like spray olive oil and I ran out of it when I was making eggs, because I make eggs for myself all the time, and I was like, oh, I'll just like chop off a hunk of butter, and like I did that in there, made the eggs exactly the same, and I was like sitting eating them, and I'm like, God damn, something's different. These are the best eggs.
They hit so hard.
Yeah, it's like, man, I feel fuller. I feel alive. Yeah.
What do you put in your eggs?
Butter. Butter
no
and
salt, pepper,
like a little
cilantro.
bit of salt, no pepper, and then sometimes hot. If I do hot sauce, I don't put salt on there.
Taylor, I have that same experience, but like a notch lower. Like I only eat egg whites, right? That's my omelets, whatever. They're just egg whites, and they're much lower calorie. But every once in a while, we don't have Egg beaters, is that the same thing as egg whites? That's what I'm calling. Yeah. So I use egg beaters, but every once in a while we only have actual eggs, and I'm like, oh, don't tell me what I'm missing. I don't want to know. Right?
She's like, don't worry, I'll separate the yolks.
I'm not hungry right after I eat. How nice is that?
When you do have real eggs, how do you cook them?
Late at night. Hard boiled in my little Korean machine.
Scrambled. Like, how do you?
Oh, if I'm cooking them,
okay.
If I have like toast or a bread with it, I do it more over easy. If I do it with if there's nothing to sop up yolk, I go over medium or over harder. Like literally today, I was making eggs this afternoon just as a quick little snack, and I pulled it off the pan, and I was like, "You're not going to have any toast. This is just eggs." And also some sausage I made. And so then I got the egg out and I cut into it, and immediately the yolk started spilling because I underdid it. I'm like, oh fuck, I'm losing it. I put it back in the pan, got it a little more overdone. Because the yolk,
what kind of pan?
That's the money maker. It's like a ceramic pan. It's a Cerakote or something. It's some ceramic pan that nothing sticks. And it's awesome. I like it.
Yeah, I like I'm pretty much
okay to eat off of.
That's
maybe
where I'm
confusing myself. I think it's some kind of ceramic pan, and I don't even use my my cast iron that much anymore.
Is a gun coating. I'm being
why? So why is it?
Oh,
I think it's just a ceramic coating that they use on guns and cookware.
When you see Google Cerakote, it's just Glocks, ARs, M4s.
Yeah. It's a toxic. I would say toxic to cook and consume.
Yeah, I thought it might be. I like to scramble them.
Is it?
But if I'm eating if I'm like, if I'm doing a fitness thing, it's gonna be egg beaters every single time anyway. It's just gonna be those egg beaters. They taste the same to me. Whatever goo they put in there to turn them not only golden colored like a beaten egg is, and not look like snot. Because the Great Value brand, which I have used before, like sometimes they won't have the egg beaters. It looks like cum. It looks like watery cum, and it's so disgusting. Even while I'm cooking it, I'm like, God damn, this is nasty looking. This is so gross. But egg beaters are even thicker. I don't know what they're putting in there, but bless them.
Taylor, I hear you on the cast iron thing, but the last 6 months I have fully embraced it because you had the Dr. Shauna Swan was on. She was on what? Huberman. She was on Rogan, and now there was one on Dario CEO where they're all like phthalates and like all the plastics and everything. Just get it all out, like the coatings on your pans. If you can remove those from your kitchen, do it. I was like, all right, I'm gonna embrace the cast iron thing because I've had them for a long time. But the same experience where everything would just fucking stick to it, and I was like, okay, what am I doing wrong here? And I tell you, man, I feel stupid, but I never let the pan actually heat up. I take my eggs and I put them in there. And if I just take and I put my pan on the, simmer, low setting, let it heat up, takes like 3 or 4 minutes, put a little bit of butter in there so I can see it like pool in it. And then I'll just smear it around, put the eggs in and cook it. I have never had an egg stick to it. And like, I do mine over easy as well, because I like a piece of toast. That way, whenever I have something to sop up the yolk and everything, I feel stupid because I'm a grown fucking man. I've had cast iron skillets forever, and I've never known that you had to heat them up. Like, not like, because I'll sear a steak, right? I'll get it super, super hot and then of course sear it, but I've never known that you had to heat it up even for things like eggs, just so that the temperature is like even on it and everything and not soaking into the pores or whatever.
I need to do that then.
With the cast iron, I always hate cleaning it. The after cleanup is such a bitch, especially with steaks, because I'm going to eat the steaks now. I'm not going to immediately do dishes. So that pan is going to cool off, and it's like full of rosemary and garlic clumps and like solidified.
I just take a towel. Now. I just take a paper towel and just smear it out and throw it in the garbage.
Isn't it supposed to be dirty and seasoned? I don't understand the level of cleaning that you're supposed to do with cast iron.
Yeah, you can't use soap.
I'm glad you asked, because I don't either, and I'll see it sometimes where it's like actually dirty, and I'm like, "There's no way this is how it's supposed to be."
There's a guy on Instagram. I think it's Cast Iron Kyle or something like that. And I like. That's where I got most of my cast iron Kyle _Kyle. And I like just started paying attention to all of his stuff. And he's like, oh, okay, you don't have to use soap and water. Just clean it with water.
Don't use soap and water.
Clean it with the metal scrub thing.
Do you season your pans? I feel like that's a dumb question, but like one way or another.
I put olive oil. I did what the internet told me to when I got it. It was like put olive oil and some other shit on there.
Nope.
I think
olive oil. No. So you want to take your cast iron pan and clean it thoroughly when you get a new one, especially
a new one. Yes.
Or your crappy one right now that probably needs seasoning. You soap and water and get it as clean as you possibly can. Maybe even use steel wool, and then you're going to coat the whole thing once it's dried off with vegetable oil. You need a high smoke point oil. Olive oil is no good; it smokes too low. And then the oven gets turned up as high as it will go. I think, like mine goes to 500, but some people's go higher. And then you put the pan in there upside down in your oven with this thin coating of the oil on there. I don't remember for how long. It's like 45 minutes. And then when you take it out, it's going to turn that oil into this hardened layer of seasoning that is nonstick now. You turn that cast iron into nonstick. The oil goes into all the pores of the cast iron, and it forms this nonstick layer. And you could do multiple layers and even polish those layers. So there's a whole subreddit for cast iron, and those people will have, it's just like putting a clear coat on a car, you know, like they'll have cast iron pans that it's like, don't cook in that. That's for looking at.
That's the looking pan. Yeah,
that's for looking at. My God, that's
within
beautiful.
the last 6 months. I also got my cast iron pan fucking filthy, and I was like trying to just pick all the shit out of there. And I even had like a scrub brush, but it wasn't the steel wool. It was just like that really rough, brush, and it was getting torn up.
Chainmail is what you want.
And I just got so exasperated. I'm like, the whole time I'm thinking like, I know you're never supposed to use soap in a cast iron pan. And then like 10 minutes into cleaning, I'm like, is someone going to be mad at me? This is my pan in my house. And so I just doused that fucker in Dawn, scrubbed.
There's a burger place in Idaho where I forget, like I'm going to totally butcher it, but it's a restaurant or something. But their big selling point is like they haven't cleaned the cast iron or whatever cooking surface over 100 years. And everyone loves the flavor of the burgers and stuff like that. So
I don't doubt it, but I bet they're doing it the right way.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
there's not just like an onion that falls in there and they're like, fuck it. Like just
no, you scrape it off. But if you get like Kyle was saying, if you get it to a certain temperature, I mean, it's going to kill everything anyways, right? Yep. So like if we get to 500 degrees, there's not going to be any bacteria living in that.
Yeah, I was watching a guy talk about the difference between European eggs and American eggs on TikTok, because they don't wash their eggs, and they look down on us for washing our eggs. They're like, the egg comes with a special antibacterial coating. You fools, foolish Americans. And this guy's like, first of all, first thing you need to know about chicken is where the egg comes out. And he like looks at the chicken's asshole, the cloaca or whatever. He's like, you know what else also comes out of there? Shit comes out home too. And you're right. When the egg comes out, it'll be kind of moist, and that is an antibacterial coating which will harden onto the egg and protect you and protect the egg. But we got to ship them eggs to a big country. We don't have one of them tiny countries like France. 2 Frances fit in California. My God, we got to ship ours from Virginia sometimes to California, Washington State, Alaska. So we wash our eggs. And he just goes on this whole rant. I was like, yeah, they do come out of a chicken's ass. I want you to wash my egg, because sometimes I'm going to crack that thing and it's going right into the little bits of egg.
That's why we have to refrigerate our eggs, and they don't, right?
Yeah.
Well, you can take it so if you're not washing them. Yeah, if you're not washing them, you can take and put them in a jar with water, and they'll keep for like a year. Yeah,
like in the shell in water.
Yeah. You take it
really?
Yeah.
That sounds insane.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? It's jarring.
I want some of these. Leave them on the counter. Eggs.
How do they know not to have
pickled eggs?
Too cold?
Oh,
because they're not fertilized. They're not fertilized. So what you're eating are chicken periods.
You're making some assumptions about what I do with my eggs, but okay.
You're coming on them. You're in a deep basement with a dingy swinging lamp over you, trying desperately to create a new type of egg.
Bird Woody will take to the skies with me.
Now, Jackie.
Help me out, honey. I got an idea.
What are you
been spending so much time with the egg thing. It's my research. Just slamming the door. I notice I don't have that min-max guide of Elden Ring yet, sweetheart. Get on it. Yeah, no, hopefully I would like to try the eggs, see if they taste different, because that's a real eye-opening moment. The first time you like buy the good eggs at the store, and you have to realize like, oh fuck, they are genuinely way, way better than the crappy eggs. Like the
where do you live, Taylor?
Ones.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Missouri.
Why don't you just get some from?
That's what I'm saying. They didn't pop up this year, but usually there's a farmer's market near my house, and I've gotten eggs there before, and they are head and shoulders better than anything at the store. More expensive too, though. They're really putting the screws to you at the farmer's market. It was like $7-8 for a dozen of them.
That's what the good ones are from my grocery store. But they're pasture raised chickens. They have that system where they move the feeders in the house are all mobile, so they're scooting along across a field, which just makes the eggs incredibly expensive.
Were the yolks darker? The yolks were
very dark orange yolks.
Yeah. They can cheat that, but they can feed them a higher they can feed them a higher protein diet. But you know, it's still in the whole ag world, like, because some of the products I've been building are for the space. It's like it's mind blowing, the terminology that they throw around, like cage free or whatever still only means that they have to be in X amount of square foot of space. So they're still kind of free ranging, but they're in a cage still. It's not a small cage. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Or on grass, it's like, oh yeah, but the cage is still 1 by 1 on grass or whatever.
Yeah, but the little loopholes that the FDA will let you get away with is crazy.
Well, it's not even the FDA. Like sometimes they have like just arbitrary organizations that are trying to capitalize off of some type of branding, right? Like organic, where you have some regulatory bodies that charge a fee to be associated with them, but it's not like it's officially sanctioned by like a government or a state or a co-op or anything like that. It's just a fucking third party who's like, yeah, we're going to be Joe's Organic. And to be Joe's Organic, you only have to pay me $100 a month. It's like, what? Wait, so I can use all the chemicals I want? Yes, you can.
So that reminds me of, I don't know if it's still the same, but for a long time, natural was not an FDA monographed claim. And so quite literally any product at all can say natural. And that's the way it was for a while. Maybe they've changed it. Something like you were talking about, like the regulatory or like these private.
Add to that. Like, people took that natural. People in my life who I thought of as not that stupid would be like, it's all natural. It's safe. It's terrific. It's wonderful. I had a friend sprinkle. He had Simple Green in a pump, bottle. Yeah. He like mouthwash or something. He sprayed it directly into it, and then he showed me the bottle said all natural. And I'm like, arsenic is natural. That doesn't mean it's food.
It's like benzene is like everything that's extant in our reality is natural in some way, shape, or form. We didn't create it out of nothing, but something like you were mentioning those organizations that you have to like pay, like Joe's Organics or whatever. I remember I was talking to, this is years and years ago at this. It was on behalf of a company. I was talking to this kosher organization, because the way like pretty much every product you see in stores that's mass marketed has a little K on the back with usually like a leaf next to it or something. And that means like kosher certified. And what that actually means is that you like talked to one of these oversight organizations. And like the second I started talking to a rep from there, I'm like, this is the biggest fucking scam of all time, where like they charge like tens of thousands of dollars in some instances to send like a rabbi out to your manufacturing center to do a little song and dance, and then you have to pay annually to keep your product kosher and have some other rabbi come out and do this thing, and it costs way more money than you would think.
I think I think they come there. I think they bless. And they also make sure that the process the way you're killing the animal is kosher. Like that is part of it too. I don't know.
It's not just for products like that. It's like, so your deodorant, there's a decent chance your deodorant has a K on the back, and so basically J&J would have had to pay $100,000 or whatever to an organization to come check out a product that it's inconceivable it could not be kosher. You're not consuming it. There's nothing in there that's not kosher. Yeah, and so it's like they're making money on products where there's literally no reason, because having that little marker on there is, they perceive as important.
Did we talk last time about some of the products that I was building?
You spoke some about it, not a lot.
Okay, so to catch you up to speed, the Warrior Dog product is launched. So if people want to go to warriordog.com, they can check that out. But what you do is you can essentially sponsor one dog, three dogs, or all the dogs. And what I did is I built this tech stack that put RFIDs in the collars of all the dogs. And so you can see essentially them eat, them sleep, play fetch, all these different things. But this was the proving ground for scaling into ag operations, because my goal here is to have radical transparency in supply chain so small farmers can compete with the big four. And so meat producers, they're not going to want to put RFIDs on all their cows and show people, oh shit, it lived on a feedlot in a, like, what most people would consider to be unethical way. And these small farmers who might only have like 100 head of cow or something like that can go to local restaurants and say, hey, look here, like, you can use this QR code and you'll see the calving process, which was September of this year. So like all the cows being born and shit like that. And then we're tagging them. 2 years from now, you'll be able to see that entire life cycle of the animal, to include the slaughter process if you want to, because food waste is such a big problem in the US. I think if we allow people to see that kind of lights go out moment of the cow, it'll elicit like a visceral response where maybe they'll be a little bit more reluctant to waste their steak. The chickens, like, I'm going to have a bunch of chickens. There's a couple of chicken farms I'm probably going to partner with on eggs and also meat birds and stuff. So it's going to be fun, man. I think that's awesome. Yeah, I just like the idea of like the little man being able to fucking upsell their stuff at a premium, people being able to have that transparency and like, hey, look, no, this fucking animal really was free range. It really did live a good life. It sucks that it's dead. It's nice that it's on my plate. I can feel good about this whole thing.
Do you have any idea how happy this thing was before we killed it for you? I don't even know. Here it is frolicking. Watch this little video.
Yeah. Here it was playing. Yeah.
You eat every bite of Oliver.
If you're trying to like get the people healthier eating these whole foods, you should do that with like a potatoes lifestyle all the way to becoming a Pringle. And then you can just see like in the middle of that, like, oh, this is gross. This isn't even a chip. This is some weird emulsification.
I was going to do it with the coffee company. And you see the entire
I like them.
Me too.
Journey from the plant to washing, roasting, and shipping and all that stuff. But you run into liability issues too if you fully automate this process, because you get into, again, the unethical areas of supply chain where some companies might be using third world countries for whatever aspect of it is, that, and somebody like offs themselves or dies or something. And you've completely automated the process, and then somebody scans a QR code. Just some random dude was like, you know what, fuck it, I want to see where my iPhone came from. There's like suicide cameras and stuff like that.
I want to see the guy who made my iPhone. It's an 11-year-old in a net in the middle of a compound who tried to kill themselves. It's like, oh man, this really makes memeing more difficult morally.
Yeah.
No, I'm okay with it. I genuinely don't mind some of that slave labor in our supply chain. Well, they try to make me not like chocolate anymore, Taylor. Do you see that? That's the most losing. Dude, they think that they can make Americans stop eating chocolate by telling us that
they can fuck off.
That slaves are picking it.
Who's doing this? Who's saying this?
Is it palm oil, or
is it Trump? Is it fucking Trump?
Cocoa beans. I think it's cocoa beans.
Yeah.
I think it's the cocoa beans that they've got little children being forced to pick them and stuff. And we saw a while back.
Are they getting paid?
No, well.
Do they get some chocolate?
I don't think they could. That's the way the news article is always phrased. They show how much they get paid per day versus the cost of a chocolate bar, and it's like they could never afford a chocolate bar.
They should give them some chocolate. Like there should be perks.
Oh, they're so far behind on the supply chain.
Oh, I know, but I'm saying like have a couple pallets. Like they should have access to some chocolate.
They did that. They were like, here, have this, and he's like, what is this? And like, this is chocolate. It's what you've been doing your entire 45 years of life. This is what those are turned into. It's why we do all this. And
I like that 45-year-old kid you're talking about right now.
I mean, there's like everybody's doing it. Like it's the only thing there is to do there is pick the cocoa beans. And we also saw the slave monkeys who had to pick the things. Remember that, Taylor? They had those
I
monkeys
don't like
enslaved.
that, but it's not because the monkeys are being bullied. It's because I don't want monkey hands touching my food.
That is a weird fucking take.
I like monkeys, but like they're gross. They are gross.
They make them wash their hands.
No, they do not. You think the fucking like borderline illegal slave camp in the middle of Colombia he's got Purell out on every corner?
This guy trained monkeys to pick fucking fruit out of trees and retrieve it. You don't think he can teach them how to wash their goddamn dirty paws?
There's no way they would. They wouldn't do it enough.
They wash the fruit. It doesn't matter what. I mean, it's getting shit on. Whenever you have one of those listeria,
what do the monkeys have to say about it? Do they seem happy about it?
It's because we spray our crops with shit. It's liquid shit being sprayed on the spinach for fertilizer, and then they don't wash it well enough, and it goes straight in your mouth. You're eating pig shit that got sprayed on a head of cabbage in California 2 weeks ago.
That's true. That's how you get.
So I'm not worried about monkey paws.
Gets their shit. So what are the monkeys like? Do they seem happy with the arrangement or no? I guess that's the important question.
They're in these little cages and they got like little cuffs. And they look very unhappy. The ones I saw.
Oh,
yeah.
They lock them up. So like you've picked enough fruit for the day. You little mongrel, throw them in a cage. That's what it seems
like. They like threw them in there too. Yeah.
I hate that. I wish I wouldn't do that anymore.
I don't like it.
I guess if it's going to be human slavery or monkey slavery, you gotta like morally like. You got to go with putting monkeys out there. No, because you sold me on like they are washing the fruit anyway. I guess it's not a big deal if the monkey hands are kind of dirty.
Yeah.
If we could replace all those jobs with,
I don't know what makes a monkey's hand dirtier than a human's hand, though. Frankly,
they don't use toilet paper. They shit on,
but they don't wipe their asses with their hands though. They just poop and go. They never touch their own asses. I mean, maybe occasionally. I saw these monkeys the other day. One of them started putting like straw in her asshole and in her ears, like as a fashion statement. And it's caught on. And so all the other monkeys started putting straw up their assholes and in their ears. And they're all walking around looking retarded. And it's like they said it's the first documented like fashion statement and like fashion trend in like chimpanzee culture or something. Like,
they all have ear infections.
No, that's the asshole straw. Don't put that in your... Oh, God damn it.
That's pretty cool. That's like their gene code genes.
Yeah.
They're just having a good time.
Yeah, they're like 50 years from Jinko genes.
Maybe we could get monkeys to be better at being the slaves if we get them addicted to something.
Oh, I like that.
How about Zins?
That nicotine works.
Can't do smoking because there's only one hand for picking fruit.
Oh no, that's a reward they get. I would think you give them like little nicotine mints.
Oh yeah, that's a better idea than the dip. Yeah, they wouldn't understand the concept of that. They'd swallow it and get sick.
With nicotine. Because I've seen those. It might have been a Chinese zoo where they had the monkey learned to smoke. You know, people kept throwing it cigarettes and it'd watch people smoke their own cigarettes and it figured it the fuck out. And now it's addicted to nicotine and it's like, people are lighting smokes up for this guy.
Dude, can you imagine how good of a day that was for the orangutan in that exhibit? Someone finally throws him a lighter and a cig through some miracle of the cosmos. He hits his thumb correctly, lights it, and then that first puff, he was probably like, life's not so bad.
Yeah.
As long as these Chinese guys keep throwing, cigarettes and food, and apparently there's a problem in Chinese zoos where they just like throwing rocks at animals.
Chinese people are kind of shitty. We saw a while back where they had those fake pandas. They were Pomeranians painted like pandas.
That was obvious. We called that immediately.
It was the cutest shit you've ever seen. I would not have disappointed. I mean, like, well, I came for the pandas, but I stayed for the poms. Oh can I scritch them? Like I'd want to get down there and play those good boys. I've also saw the sun bear that looked like a man in a suit. But then it turned out it was just a weird look. Sun bears are weird. They have man asses.
They have like a Hank Hill body shape when they stand up. Like really no glutes to speak of. Not even a little hump. Just boom.
Gluteal dysmorphia.
Yeah.
Sure.
Diminishing glutes. Yeah. That's what Hank Hill has.
I haven't been to the zoo in like 15 years or something.
The zoo rocks. You're missing out. Or I don't know if the Atlanta Zoo's good, but it's fine.
It's fine. I just feel bad for the animals. You can smell the monkey shit a mile away. You know you're getting to the Atlanta Zoo. But once you get in there, I'm like, this is prison. This is animal prison. I don't want to see these guys all locked up in here doing time. They're all lifers. You know what I mean? I saw a baby gorilla, I think 2 months old, but maybe 2 years old, two something. But it got killed at the zoo the other day because they triggered a hydraulic door when they weren't supposed to, and it just crushed the little baby gorilla in front of its mother gorilla and the whole pack.
No.
Yeah, they squished the little gorilla.
That's a big fuck up.
It's like he's supposed to be off in the Congo somewhere, digging around,
Yeah, rooting around, doing what gorillas do, having a good time, fucking a harem of gorilla bitches, sitting there, jacked, huge.
You really want to be a gorilla, don't you?
I think if you're gonna pick one of the great apes to be, gorilla is like. There's what else? What are you gonna be?
The orangutan.
A human?
Fuck. He got me. Okay, if you're gonna be a non-human great ape, you got to go gorilla. Orangutan would be too lonely. They're solitary creatures. Like you're not really hanging out very much as an orangutan, and I wouldn't want to be alone.
I'm a little antisocial myself. I'm gonna be an orangutan. They're smart.
I'd want to have.
We looked it up 6 weeks ago. Don't go down this road again, Woody. We don't Google it again. Good Lord. I promise you, the orangutans are smarter. They tested them.
We did. I do remember this now. And I remember it because I wasn't pleased with the result. I wanted to believe the gorillas. Yeah. Everyone knows chimp's number one.
I've never seen a chimp bathe itself. I've seen those goddamn orangutans by the river not only bathe themselves with soap, water, and washcloth, but also sweep up their enclosure because they'd seen it done before. Like those things are fucking smart, dude. They give them guys a couple 100,000 years, and they're gonna be people. They're gonna be in kindergartens. That's gonna be 100,000 years from now. That'll be the leftists. They'll want the chimps to be in schools with our children, and they'll be like mutilations are at an all-time low. Like the last time a kinder ape turned on a human.
The left wants this orangutan in your daughter's bathroom. We need to shut it down.
Yeah.
What's the difference? And it's just like a picture of an orangutan tearing a door off of a stall and beating a maintenance man to death.
And then there's like the smartest, most well-spoken orangutan you've ever seen on CNN. And he's just like, it's bigotry. It's bigotry, and I won't stand for it.
Charles, I grew up, but now we're going to hear from Mr. Marbles. Mr. Marbles, what do you think about that?
I remember the cages and the keepers. He'd be so poignant. You'd be like, let him in the bathroom.
Yeah,
they go back to eating the kids. Can't let him in there. You saw that on Capitol Hill, right? They passed through that legislation so that the rule, I guess, where that trans lawmaker can't use the men's bathroom or the women's bathroom, right?
I haven't been that clued in on like the follow-up.
Yeah, so we've got this election cycle, I guess just now we've got our first trans lawmaker, and so immediately, I don't know her name, it's a Republican woman. She they spearheaded this thing and made sure that they passed a rule so that she couldn't use the women's room.
And she's like mad about it now?
No, she's like, okay. She said okay. But it was a bit of a stink.
Oh. Well, bada bing, bada boom. Problem solved. The first of many problems to be solved by Donnie
Plenty of problems to come.
Were you surprised by the election, Richard?
It's hard to say because benefit of hindsight, right? Like,
yeah.
I think a lot of people leading up to it were kind of, but everyone I talked to, literally everyone I talked to, maybe I'm in an echo chamber or whatever. I like to think that I'm not, but everyone had a lot of the same frustrations. Not everybody talked about who they were voting for, but
that's a good sign.
Yeah, right. And I think that is why, right? Because it was the silent majority that really showed up. I mean, it was the same thing as 2016. People were being ridiculed for, not being happy with inflation, not being happy with the cost of everything from groceries to housing. People who owned shit, they got rich in the last 4 years. Their houses and stuff went up, or their stocks and their portfolios and everything else. But people who actually live either paycheck to paycheck or don't own their home and shit, they got fucking hammered, man. And so I think a lot of people were just like, hey, look, you can yell at you can complain about abortion all you want, but the fact of the matter is the Obama-Biden administration had the opportunity to codify Roe, and they didn't. Why? Well, probably because it's a great thing to raise campaign funds off of. And
when
so,
did they have the supermajority to codify Roe?
that was 2008, 2010.
When they did the ACA instead.
Yeah. And so it was like, okay, is like, again, I don't like abortion's one of those things where there's a massive discrepancy in people who like believe that life begins at a certain point, and understandably you can
we're all certified,
right? And so understandably there can be drastically varying opinions and why it's a hot button topic, but to say things like, okay, certain things that impact every single American or people in other countries, the devaluation of the dollar, the economy and all these other different things. It's like there are a lot of pressing issues. And just because people don't like, Trump as a, how he speaks about other people, be it Little Marco or whatever, or Pocahontas and stuff. Yeah, he might be off-putting to a lot of people, but the fact of the matter is, the last 4 years, a lot of people are fucking hurting. You look at the response to things like, the hurricanes in Appalachia and everything else to, again, I'm going to beat the dead horse, woe is me, and Kyle in that, but like, you look at tech companies over the last 10, 15 years and how they put their thumb on the scale saying what is socially acceptable, i.e. firearms are not. It's like that's very, very frustrating to a lot of people who just want to live their lives. And if something's legal, leave them the fuck alone. Like if you're a consenting adult or you're doing something that's legal, like you shouldn't be like, persecuted for it. And I think a lot of people wanted to virtue signal. I know some of these buzzwords like virtue signaling get used a lot now, but it's true. People found it very easy to signal to other people that I'm for Kamala or, the Harry Sissons and stuff like that, where they're like rising up against the oppressors, but you're not the oppressors anymore, or you're not being oppressed anymore. You are the oppressor. And that is really frustrating to a lot of people who are like, I just want to live a fucking normal life, man. And I don't want to see what little bit of savings I have get devalued. And I don't want to have to pay twice as much for groceries or gas and everything else. Like,
so how do you put that with the fact that America's inflation is not as bad as it is elsewhere in the Western world?
Because it's
right?
It's not.
You blame Biden for inflation, but it's worse in places where Biden wasn't in charge.
Well, so the thing, I think that you look at COVID and that response it's fortunate for Americans in that the dollar is the reserve currency for most, productive countries out there outside of BRICS now. But for us, it wasn't as bad, but you look at the amount of spending that went up based off of bailouts in 2008. You look at 2020, and Trump did spend a lot of money too. But I think the response and shutting everything down really fucked the economy. And so a lot of businesses said, hey, look, what are we going to do? It's supply chain. And they got really fucking greedy. They blame things on supply chain and COVID, but they had healthy margins and public companies reflected that. And, they couldn't hide that, right? And that's why some people were like, they're gouging and everything. We wouldn't be in this situation if the COVID response was just more libertarian-esque and just said, hey, you know what? It fucking sucks. We're going to try to set up medical facilities and support teams and everything else, but we can't shut down, the economy and our infrastructure. If people want to live their lives, let them fucking live their lives. You can't arrest people for going out fucking surfing on a beach or, going to a park.
Well, they did.
Yeah, I know, but that's what I'm saying. And I think that's why the silent majority in this was very much like 2016. They were like, hey, look, I'm tired of being fucking ridiculed on social media because I'm not in the in crowd, which I do think that has shifted in the last few years. You do see a lot of people, specifically on the right side of the aisle, to include the libertarians, have become a little bit more socially acceptable in those perspectives, and like, hey, look, maybe the pendulum should swing a little bit more back this other way. It's just the fact of the matter is the pendulum swung so fucking far left that people who were in the center now look like they're on the right. No, we're right of you, but we're still in the center. You just went so far to the left that everything's right to you.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned I understand what you're saying totally. You mentioned that guy Harry Sisson.
Yeah.
He's like this. He was like a meme on Twitter. He was like this guy who was paid by Democratic organizations, like a 22-year-old.
Well, that's what they don't fucking disclose. They don't disclose that they're being paid.
Yeah, well, they don't. It's obvious to anyone that they're being paid, but like, and they do the same political thing where they can be like, actually, I've never taken $1 from this organization, and it's like, oh, well, you took money from this organization that took it from this, that receives it from this slush fund. But regardless, this guy's like whole thing was like trying to make it seem cool to vote for Harris, and being if he did it so inefficiently. If you would have called him an agent provocateur, I would have believed you. Like if he was like, guys, I'm going to make it look as gay as possible to be a Democrat. Like that's what he did.
What's
and he was like Harry Sisson.
Yeah, I recognize his face. That's how the Democrats feel about Trump when he like goes to non-union auto manufacturers and says unions for Trump, right? When he goes to the fucking firemen and then has people wearing firefighters for Trump that aren't firefighters, like they're cosplaying. Sometimes it's the same people at the rallies, pretending to be auto workers that also pretend to be fire workers that also pretend to be whatever. Yeah, it's a great job, but we're calling out, I guess, someone for paying Henry Sisson for supporting Democratic stuff, but we're not saying a word about Trump, who did the same thing times 100, right? Hundreds of people showing up at rallies, cosplaying as union people, wearing their hard hats.
Trump was bringing hundreds of people?
Yeah. Yeah, the auto union thing, they hand out
none of those were workers,
and they gave them hard hats. They all have brand new shiny hard hats, pretending that they were blue collar workers, and they were paid.
So I think all those people at his rallies are like paid.
Well, now you're making a strong.
You think all those workers
at a Trump rally is paid? I think the people
just hundreds of them, right,
pretended to be auto workers and weren't were.
I know that
firefighters and weren't were.
I know when he announced his candidacy in 2015. That everyone in that room was paid $50 to be there. Like when he came down the escalators and all those people are holding signs and cheering, like they rounded up people and paid them $50 to be there for that.
Stuff like that. I mean, like 2 weeks before the election, Harris put out a statement that she was doing forgiveness loans for black men, specifically $20,000. She also put out she was doing forgiveness loans for Hispanic men specifically for $20,000. Do you think that like nationwide promise is a bigger deal?
News and lies that spread so much, and that's a frustration for that thing that we spread about Beyonce getting $10 million and that whole thing. Wasn't true. That came from an Instagram post from some asshole. Like the celebrities would come out and be like, "What? I didn't get that money. That's not true."
Oprah got paid.
Oprah got more. It turned out Oprah got more.
I did hear about Oprah, but I'm saying we talk about Beyonce forever. Like she didn't even sing. We didn't get our money's worth. It wasn't true.
So now they're saying she didn't get 10 million because I've seen it in a lot of places that she did.
Yeah, it came from an Instagram post. That was the genesis of it.
Well, let's see if Zach can find us something. The whole point of this
politics, just like it's a losing battle because you're.
I wish it was based in truth.
Trying to get to something.
Like I have no problem with people having different views than me. I love it. Right? I can respect it. The issue is when like they're basing their views on some sort of lie, something that didn't really happen.
Yeah, that happens a lot in politics. I wouldn't say
Twitter complies with more government takedown requests now than they did before Elon took it over. Yet
according to who?
Twitter.
Came out and said they're doing more?
Fact check me. Google it. Because I heard that and I was like, really? I need to look into this. So I did.
Is that a FISA thing or like is that?
It comes. I don't know. I don't know. Here, I'll Google. Fact check me. Prove me wrong. Because I looked into it just recently and I was like, what do you know?
So Twitter is censoring more now than before, despite.
I said complies with government takedown requests.
So they're complying with government takedown requests.
The company has not refused a single request since Musk took ownership, according to self-reporting data. Since Musk took ownership, the government has received 971 demands and fully complied with 808 of them. Before Musk, Twitter's compliance rate hovered around 50%. Now it is over 80%.
Yeah. I mean, do you think a lot of that has to do with the fact that there were a lot more requests for information to be banned prior to Elon getting it? Because there was a long time
trying to rationalize why going from 50% to over 80% is okay. I get it, this context, but this idea that Democrats are all about censorship.
Yeah. Wait, is mom and dad fighting?
Democrats are about censorship.
We do it every week.
Both Walz and Harris openly talked about how they were in favor of increasing censorship on social media because they have less control and they see it as misinformation and hate speech. They were open about that.
Yeah, so I don't line up with the idea of censoring ideas that you don't like, but Trump does. Trump said he was going to pull broadcasting licenses for reporting news he doesn't like.
For the last 10 years, left-leaning social media companies have been removing right-wing people.
Like, I remember Dick came on our show, and he's like, they don't like me because I'm right. I'm like, what'd you actually post? He's like, you put some swastikas on your Twitter feed, and suddenly you're a Nazi. That's the kind of stuff.
You realize he was joking with you there, right? Like, he's not actually posting swastikas. He was memeing. I didn't
realize he was joking.
Well, I'm telling you, he was joking as though what he was. Let me tell you what he's meaning.
Okay.
He was saying, "Oh, I'm being so offensive. It's Nazi adjacent." The reality is he's shit posting. Nothing Dick does on there is Nazi-esque. The fact is that what used to get removed on social media is like. Up until Musk, it was really just Democrats asking like, hey, this looks bad for our party, remove it. And they would comply with that often. That came out. They did that during election seasons. Like, this isn't conspiratorial.
COVID.
It doesn't.
COVID.
Right, but I can't call you wrong because I don't know.
What about the mask stuff? What about the
mask stuff is my favorite example for why you need to be careful about censoring misinformation, because what was true in my air quotes about masks shifted. And if you're kind about it, maybe they just got new information or raised their standards for what was good.
They lied. They knew that doesn't stop it. It wasn't people who said masks are 100% effective. You could go and say that all day. Obvious, disinformation. It was people saying, hey, these don't work clearly. It says so on the box. That was what was shut down. The vax efficacy shit, too. For a while, you got banned for saying it was anything less than 100% effective. And then they backed off of that.
That surprises me that you got banned for saying it was less than 100% effective. But what I saw a lot was the number was 97% effective or 80% effective over some period of time. And then they're like, if it's not 100, what are we doing? What a waste. They tell us it works. It doesn't actually work. When really, it's 80 to 90.
Well, if you remember, the actual track of info, it started as 100% safe, 100% effective. So
I do remember it. I never saw 100.
And then it would, Fauci said it. And then it was down to 97. And then it was down to 90. And then it was down to 80. And over the course of about a year and a half, the end-up claim was, yeah, idiot, it's not supposed to keep you from ever getting it. It's supposed to keep you from dying and going to the hospital. And so there was you could watch in real time as a narrative fell apart, and there was kind of a backfilling of, oh, well, okay, they were right about that, but this new thing is true. And so when they operate on a scale like that, it is easy to go, okay, what else are they not allowing to be spoken about?
Yeah, I'm just excited to see if, again, it's one of those things as far as the administration's concerned. I'm not a joke and tell people I'm a libertarian short of anarchy. And it's nice that there's clearly an administration coming in that is, if anything, there's a few industrial complexes that are a little upset about it, because you can't deny that there's been a concerted effort to keep him from becoming president and or what he's going to bring far as cabinet picks are. And I think Tulsi was a great one. I love that she kind of she came to the Republican Party after just 4 years of her position in the DNC. I mean, that's
so her
pretty
Ukraine
remarkable.
Views concern you?
Listen, I suck whenever it comes to a lot of foreign matters, because I've learned over the years just how fucking ignorant I am. Like, when you're younger, you're fairly certain of a lot of things, and then you realize there are so many moving parts and ulterior motives and all these other different variables that you're never really going to fully understand the whole picture, where the incentives are misaligned, who's benefiting here that might be pulling the strings in whatever way. So outside of genocide, it's really hard for me to have strong opinions these days, just because I'm trying to figure out, okay, what's the other hand doing here? It
bothered me that she said that Ukraine was had secret labs manufacturing bioweapons. It bothers me that people on Russian TV call her Russia's girlfriend. They show her saying pro-Russian stuff, and they put it on Russian state TV. She is pro-Russia and anti-Ukraine, and now she's taking a position in our Defense Department. That concerns me. I don't like it.
Intelligence. Yeah.
Intelligence. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a problem.
Yeah, I don't mind us getting out of the Ukraine thing, but the whole
yeah, you've been very consistent on that.
Yeah, the whole reason I brought up the Harry.
I wasn't here.
Thing,
I didn't bring up politics.
The whole reason I brought up the Harry Sisson thing.
Is that a thing? Is that a thing? Woody, is politics a bad thing here?
No, Woody's Mr. Politics.
I talk politics a lot, and sometimes people don't like it. I think our audience is kind of right wing, and they don't like my views. And when politics comes up and I'm innocent, I sometimes point it out.
But here's the great thing over time that I've learned is, like, if you are constantly in agreement with someone, you need to find people you disagree with, because it may hurt your feelings at some point, but you're never going to grow as a person if you're not being challenged. And hopefully the goal is to grow as a person. If somebody challenges you in a way that makes you change your mind, good for you for being a human being that's actually growing into something, right? So it's like I would much rather have a spirited debate and then boil things down to an ideological difference and say, you know what, it sucks, but this is where my belief system is going to disagree with yours. I understand how you got to it, but
name calling, lies,
eat a bag of dicks, Taylor.
Slander. Be louder than your opponent. If you're taller than them, stand over them when you're debating politics. Push them slightly, dare them.
I'm like Matt Gaetz for Attorney General, right? That was a terrible pick, right? How many times did he fuck that 17-year-old?
That guy's face.
As many as
not like his face.
I mean, we know exactly how many times, Woody. We have the records. Like, we know how much he paid her.
We got to release the records. We got to see what's.
And look,
Republicans shouted groomer at everybody for 8 years. And then they have like a rapist as president-elect. They have a rapist as attorney general, although he did just pull out. And they have another one in some defense position, Peter.
You're crazy.
Whatever his name is. Well, I mean, the courts say I'm right.
They literally don't. But anyway, can you bring that picture back up, Zach? So this guy, he's the Democrat operative guy. And the dude who killed Osama bin Laden, I guess he's like a big influencer guy now. Scroll up and show what the guy who killed Osama bin Laden.
Rob O'Neill.
A bunch of 20-year-olds. Yeah, he goes, the area assistant goes, we're Gen Z voters and we're all proudly voting for Kamala Harris. Real men support Harris. And Robert J. O'Neill goes, you're not men, you're boys. If there were no social media, you would be my concubines.
What the fuck?
And this is like a 50-year-old man. And I saw a video of him like at an airport or something, like in public, filming like himself walking with baggage or something. And he's like, yeah, I've been getting a lot of people asking me what I meant when I said I'd make them my concubines. And I just want to say, that's what I meant. I meant they don't know how to fight. They don't have to do shit. Shit hits the fan. Those little bitches are going to be looking for a guy like me to keep them safe. And guess what's going to fucking happen after that? Whatever I want. And it's like, holy shit, this guy. And also, he's like, yeah, I killed it. He didn't say it, but he should have been like, yeah, Osama killer out.
This is where I push back on the Republicans are on the outs, the not cool kids. Dude, Republicans are totally the cool kids lately. It's the Democrats. That picture that I'm like supposed to defend. Those kids couldn't fight the way out of a paper bag, right? And
I think Gen Z is more conservative. I think, well, actually, let me take that back. I think the bifurcation is happening in between the sexes in Gen Z drastically. So like Gen Z males are typically or predominantly more conservative, and Gen Z females are more liberal, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah. I mean, that can switch rapidly, like
well,
usually women tend to
That's
trend towards men after a while. And so you never know.
No, haven't you heard about the 4B movement? It's over, Taylor. It's fucking over.
Yeah, but I think it starts.
Is that where like ugly women are like, we're not going to fuck?
Let's get the biblical stuff.
What does it stand for?
I think the 4Bs are three things that women are expected to do. It's from South Korea, though. They basically, the South Korean women went on sex reproductive strike, and I suppose got somewhere with that. And mostly, I've seen it be the rallying cry of women that no one wanted to fuck anyway, as of late.
Yeah, I'm also refusing to compete in the Stanley Cup Finals this year.
Oh no!
I get what I want. Yeah, I'm boycotting.
You shave your head too?
Well, let's not be crazy. Yeah, I shave my head because I don't want to show how serious I am. Yeah, that's just like that's some stupid trend that like a way smaller group of women are participating in than they pretend, because it's like and then people can like rant about it. Oh, these stupid bitches, which is what we're doing, which is good content, I guess.
No, it's a good time. No, they're all like they all look like neo-Nazis all of a sudden. It's like, who are the skinheads now, ladies? Like, good God. You all look like you fit right in.
I'm with Destiny on this, right? Like,
the opposite.
Democratic morons. We can win without you, but we can't win with you. Like,
and the best part is
nonsense. What
they're doing by saying, all right, how about this? You want to take away our right to abort our fetuses? Well, we just won't have premarital sex. How are you going to feel, right-wing conservative men? And they're all
great.
Like, holy shit, did we just win? Is the war over, Papa?
When we win, we're going to make them not whores, and they're going to think it's their idea.
Did we legislate the whore right out of you?
Is Kyle anti-premarital sex now? It's strongly wild
for everyone but him.
Kyle is a hypocrite. For me, I want many things that you shouldn't have. That's just how I feel. I feel like I should get things that others shouldn't. It's crazy.
Right, and you know what? As an American, you deserve it.
That's genuinely how I feel about abortion. It's like, look, y'all shouldn't be aborting them kids. I think I want to take your right to do it away. But if I need one, I mean, goodness gracious, I need one right now. Let's get this taken care of. You know what I mean? Let's just. I mean, that's just how I feel. That's what's in my heart.
Yeah. Kyle's a big for me, not for the guy, but unironically.
Yes, genuinely, because it's just how I see the world, I guess. I don't think I just don't think we should be doing it nationwide. It's like we've got this population issue. Like, why can't we give those kids up for adoption or give them to the military industrial complex? They're always saying that recruitment is low. Oh my God, how many kids are we aborting every year? The good ones.
How many of these kids could be absolute warriors raised by the state?
Yes, like the movie Soldier. Yes. Oh, that'd be badass.
I haven't seen that. I haven't seen
Kurt Russell. They raised Kurt Russell from birth, him and all his boys. They got tattoos on their faces. His name's Todd. It just says Todd tatted on his face. And from birth, he's like exposed to violence, dogs ripping people apart. Like the last guy in the run, they're doing like a squad run. You carry one guy's carrying the colors or whatever. And he's hanging back with the last man but he can't stay with him. He's got to stay with the squad. They execute the last guy, the guy who can't keep up with the squad. And so you go through all that training and he becomes like the super soldier of the future, but he's not genetically engineered. He's all natty. All of a sudden, the new group of super soldiers are coming in, the newest, coolest, genetically engineered badass. Yes. And so they have it's a good movie. You should watch it.
The movie is an hour and 39 minutes. Kurt Russell says 104 words.
Fuck yeah.
Star. He doesn't even talk in the movie.
Does he do a lot of brooding, I guess?
Oh, yeah.
Brooding.
He's got some one-liners, buddy. She's
Love
like,
it.
Where are you going?
How many could he have? Like 6, 7?
104 words. The whole movie.
My favorite part of the movie, she's like, what are you going to do? Because all the super soldiers have come to the planet, and they're going to kill all these innocent people that Todd's come to love and he befriended. And he's like, I'm going to kill them all, sir. And he just walks away. It's badass. I know it sounds silly now, but it's a good movie.
I actually like the movie too.
Kurt Russell worked out for a year.
He didn't talk.
Kurt Russell did a body transformation before body transformations were a Hollywood thing. Like they asked him to do that role, and he spent a whole year getting jacked. He is pretty fucking big and scary.
It's a great movie. I apologize. I think I'm choosing fights for no reason whatsoever and being
no.
When really my true position is pro soldier. That's a great.
Oh, that's okay. Conflict is wonderful.
No, let's just be combative about everything. The rest of the episode. It's like, I like ice cream. Stupid fucking bitch. You would.
I'm a sherbet man through and through.
If you were a sherbet over an ice cream man, we'd actually have a problem.
Rainbow sherbet, baby. I got all 3 flavors.
Disgusting.
You think sherbet's disgusting?
Oh, just in the world of ice creams. If one of you guys tell me I'm throwing an ice cream party and I come over with my jammies and you guys have sherbet, I'm going home.
Frozen yogurt then.
I'll light a fire on my way out.
I'm actually with you. Ice cream is better, but sherbet's still good.
Yeah, if we're gonna cheat, let's go whole hog with it. Let's get
we were speaking about conflict and people that hate each other. What's been going on Fishtank? You got to catch me up. I know that the deal currently is they have a guy who is schizophrenic, and the text to speech has been used kind of sparingly so that he believes maybe it's in his head, and they tell him things and manipulate him.
So Zach, if you can do your best to like pull up relevant pictures, if you go to #Fishtank.live or #FishtankLive on Twitter, you'll find stuff to put up. So basically, Fishtank is a reality show by Sam Hyde and Jet Neptune and some other guys, Richard, and it's Big Brother mixed with like
that's the guy. That's the guy who called in last time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
a new season of Fishtank.
Yeah, new season of Fishtank, and it's a live reality show where people are locked in a house and cameras are always on in every room, and you can switch through, and it's like the Stanford prison experiment, but much less healthy to be in there. Try and find some pictures of Burt
less healthy.
Yeah, and so basically every other season, this is the 3rd full one. They've done like a couple mini seasons too. They were dealing with the issue, especially in the 2nd season, where they're like, we need to find people who don't know what this show is, because otherwise it's going to blow the bit when like Frank Hassel comes in, because they're going to be like, oh, he's here to hassle us. Like, and so the 2nd season, some people snuck by the radar and they didn't realize till the show was going, like, this fucking piece of shit lied to us. They clearly know what's going on. This 3rd season, they pulled it off entirely. None of these people have any idea what's going on. And so there's Burt. There's the big boy, the black urban ripped trainer is what they've been calling him. And so they had 10 people in here. And for this season, they called it Famous House. Everyone who they conscripted online to cast for this, they didn't say we're doing Fishtank. They didn't say who was involved. They said we're doing a show for Hulu called Famous House. And it's basically Hulu's endeavor to become big. It's Hulu's version of Big Brother they're trying to take off. Except the twist is that afterward, you're going to be the protege of Jason Goldman, who they call G, who is Sam Hyde. And so he gets all these people into a house, and it starts off like it's literally, as a viewer, it's a horror movie because I know what's coming and they don't. And so they're all in there. And so for the first week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, it's amping up slowly. The text to speech in different rooms. Burt, the black ripped urban trainer, is a actual schizophrenic. And if you watch him move around and everything, it's clear. Like, so there's a noise that happens when the text to speech goes off, like, wow. Yeah. And the 50th time it had happened, he goes like he gets like scared of it each and every time with big, wide eyes. And so the first text to speech, they were telling him that it was an AI that was analyzing their behaviors and giving them tips and talking to them. And so he would schizophrenically ask something where he'd be like, I noticed today that another contestant with blue hair, blue has 4 letters. I have reason to believe that this is season 3, but actually season 4 would be the conclusion of the show. Computer, what do I need to do with this? And they'll be like, Burt, you are so close to the truth. You must investigate Mizzy's plushies. The secrets are inside. And so he's like sneaking in the middle of the night to like steal stuffed animals from a girl who's like, what are you doing? And he's like schizophrenically running away and then tearing them apart and looking for it. And meanwhile, everyone and you can like
how did she react to that?
Everyone just kind of knows Burt's an oddball, and he's also very popular. Everybody he's funny.
I'm just saying because some even adults find them to be precious, like they're like stuffed animals or like childhood heirlooms sort of.
Do the viewers like him or the other people? Because
the viewers love him. Like he is 5 times as popular as the next popular person on the show. Everybody loves Burt because he's a content machine. And so he's also unbelievably gay and horny, or bisexual and horny. And so like day 2, or actually I think it was day 1, like 40 minutes after they got there, he went into a room and then like what he calls birding off. He birded off under the covers and then left, went and chatted with everyone, didn't wash his hands, covered. He's chatting with everyone. And then like 4 hours later, it's time to bird off again. This is all on camera. Sometimes he begins birding off so rapid. There's no nudity because he's under the covers, but he goes in there. And so like now it's he was birding off in the middle of the night, and he was literally doing this shit that happens in like movies where he was like finishing. And you know, there's like pixelation over every, even though it's under the covers, you couldn't see. They still pixelate the area he's birding off, and he's like moaning the names of other contestants as he's spurting.
Boys or girls?
Both. So the first person that he jacked off to was, I think, Luke, who was an actual Big Brother contestant who was a plant, and they brought on because he got kicked off Big Brother for dropping an N-word. And so they brought him on Fishtank, which is like an N-word allowed Big Brother. So, they got him on there, and then he had to leave. And then when Frank came on, Frank Hassel. If you can show a picture of Frank Hassel, I'd really appreciate it. He's
from the back. It would be great. Yeah. There's even a GIF online that's been making the rounds where his shirt gets torn off of him.
Yeah, there's a good one of his shirt getting torn off. Yeah. So this is his back tattoo.
This is a real tattoo.
It's a real
tattoo. It is the most offensive tattoo I have ever seen in my life. I sent this photo to Woody like maybe 3 years ago, and Woody said, I don't easily get offended, but this is incredibly offensive to me. And I was like, yes, I don't find this to be funny. This is just offensive.
Oh, come on. It's it's so jarring.
I'm sorry.
Jumping.
This one's not funny to me, Taylor. I'm sorry. I guess it's funny in that it's so. What's funny about it is that he's done something clearly so horrific to his body permanently just for a joke.
Yes.
And so the idea of the tattoo is funny.
How dare you, Kyle? But clearly this body is this man's temple.
Yeah. It shows him
This is a guy who still eats butter.
Oh, she ate his fucking shoulder on the way
he's
through.
He's just harassing people. He's hassling them. But he came on the show, and Frank is a big dude. He looks like he's like barely shorter than Sam Hyde, and Sam is a very big guy.
Shit.
And Frank's also a big fat fella, so he's got a lot of mass. His move seems to be to antagonize people, and then like when they start to fight back, he like lights a cigarette and then just like turns around and leans his big back into them, and they like stumble back, and he's just like bothering them. But anyway, he came on the show, and immediately Jet Neptune, who's the main producer creator of the show, very funny guy himself, he goes to Frank and he's like, hey, so like the shot that I'm dreaming of. Meanwhile, there's another character named Alex, this white guy who's like a former heroin addict, like brain totally fried, doesn't like speak correctly. He speaks correctly. He just doesn't understand information in a quick way. And
I will pour gasoline in this motherfucker. I will light this bitch up. You pour that motherfucker on me, dude.
What was that fluid?
It looked like beer, but I don't know.
I'm seeing tobacco spit, but I'm
it's probably they always give them tons of cigarettes to smoke in these places, so I'm sure that was like cigarette water that he threw on him. But
not as gross, but it's stinky. Yeah, you want that.
So this Jet took Frank aside and he like gave him missions. And so there's this one crazy white guy who eventually left, who had been getting harassed by text to speech by someone named Wild Randy, and he believed that Wild Randy was like a person. That there was a guy named this contestant Alex. Every time someone would say something mean to him, he'd be like, "Is that Wild Randy and the boys? Fuck you, Wild Randy!" And meanwhile, it's just like random people text to speeching, being like, "Hey, it's Wild Randy here. You're a pussy." It's like $30-$35 to send one. Yeah, and they're coming in all the time.
Constantly.
And so then Frank went in, and Jet was like, "Hey, Frank, you just entered the house. I want you to go make friends with Alex, and the dream shot would be you really talking about how much you think Alex is a cool guy, and then slowly you dropping hints, and then Alex realizing that you're Wild Randy." and that you're the guy who's been doing. And so it's like a whole thing where, you know, Frank is in there being like, Alex, I'm such a fan of yours, man. I saw your Instagram where you play with, Alex has monkeys. And he's like, I saw your Instagram where you play with monkeys. And this guy's like, oh, that's so, you're like a fan of mine. And Frank's like, yeah. So, yeah. And meanwhile, he starts dropping jokes that Wild Randy had been saying until he eventually gets it. And he's like, you're fucking Wild Randy? They brought Wild Randy in here? And then, like, within 5 seconds, like, Frank's just bullying the shit out of this guy. He's enormous. But then he also, Jet put him on the task of, like, we want Burt to fall in love with you. And so in the tank, like, Burt immediately shows he's attracted to this big, hairy, what are they called? A bear, yeah. Bear. And so, like, someone asked early on, and Frank played it so well, where Burt was like, so, Frank, are you straight? And Frank's like, nah, I'm bi. And immediately Burt's like getting hard. He has to like go upstairs and Burt off just to get I'm 100% serious.
The idea of that big bear maybe being
the idea that he's literally doing like a little schizophrenic like quick jog, and he goes up in his, because he gets the penthouse, he's alone in his room, goes under the covers, pulls the covers up really high, and then Burt's off from the outside of the blanket, and then goes back down there.
I don't want to get away from Fishtank, but we knew that guy. We knew that guy who made, he was like a YouTuber, PJ, and we'd be playing COD, and he'd be like, be back, I got to go jerk off. And he'd be gone for like a game of COD, and he'd be back, like, all right, I'm good now. And it's like,
I know this. I've been there for that. I've experienced this too. Yeah. And I
you think he was being funny or he was being serious?
No, serious.
He was being serious. And I was like, bro, like, that's kind of weird, like socially inappropriate to just be like, hey guys, I'm going to go jerk off. And he's like, what? No, it's a masculine thing. It's fine.
Just letting you know, I'm getting all shoved up talking to you boys and shooting these fools at God.
Got to get those numbers up.
Yeah.
Do you remember his name? I'm not trying to call him.
Cool PJ, cool guy.
Yeah,
something
yeah,
like
yeah.
That. He bought Hutch his first capture card. That's a little ancient history.
Oh yeah,
Hutch couldn't afford it.
Truly old lore.
Hutch was a waiter, couldn't afford a fucking capture card for YouTube, and PJ is like an Indian guy who had rich parents. He was one of those fellers, and he was like, I got you, bro, and like hooked him up, and so that got him some clout in the YouTube gaming scene.
Contributed towards that. I wasn't a YouTuber at the time. I was a fan, and it wasn't. I'm sure PJ bought the capture card, but I think he also needed to buy an HD monitor to use it. Like he was previously using a television, so he sort of crowdsourced that, and I put in $20 towards helping Hutch get a monitor.
Oh, I'm about to pay for that grown ass man's TV set.
So Frank,
he was young. I was like an IT professional, and he's a waiter trying to make YouTube videos that I learned from and enjoy.
I probably did contribute. I'm just teasing.
Yeah.
So Burt and Frank were now in the tank together, and Frank was in there for a while before he started hassling people. But when he did start hassling, he was like really bullying the shit out of the Indian guy. Alex, the white guy, got it the hardest.
What's the Indian guy's name? Does he have a fun name?
Symbol, like Simbal. Symbol.
Hilarious.
Yeah. And so like the Indian guy's in there. He was hassling the girls pretty good, but he wasn't hassling Burt. And so Burt would go to him and be like, at one point, Burt said, "You're the most incredible man I've ever met." To Frank Hassel, like covered in water and like cigarette ash after just like after like just coming down from one of the girls' bedrooms where he had stolen all their clothes and stapled them to the drywall, like out of reach. So all their clothes are gone now, just pouring stuff on them. And Burt is like all in with this romance. And Frank is like playing it so well, being like, Burt went in to kiss him. And Frank went like, oh man, I can't right now. I just got out of something pretty abusive. I don't know if I'm ready yet. And then Frank's like, Burt's like, oh, I totally get it. Yeah, I've been in the same situation. And he's like, but you think like maybe sometime soon? And Frank's like, definitely. And then they continue on, and it gets to like a head where like Frank is like getting in physical altercations and it would be difficult to watch if it was just Frank bullying them and they weren't able to hit it back. But the way it works is like anything that Frank visits upon you, the contestants can visit on him too. So at the end of all these seasons, Frank is like the most beat up, like, cause he's getting hit a lot and attacked. If you bring that picture back up, Zach, of his back, he posted this and he's like, hey, you see those 2 dark marks down near my belt? That's when I was crushing Mizzy's down there in the middle of his back towards the bottom. Apparently, while he was crushing this girl's suitcase, she grabbed a pen and stabbed him twice in the back.
Good. Oh, in the bottom center is lower back.
The bottom center there. And then that top thing is he fell on a staircase harder than I've ever seen anyone fall because they were having a giant. They were having an enormous.
Can I just interject? I thought that was part of the tattoo. For some reason, that huge red mark at the top is clearly a wound.
Yeah, no, I instantly identified it as someone who's good at gravity.
Yeah, let me find.
Wow, he does look scary big. Like he looks like he could play like a killer, for like Jason, one of those guys who you want that big burly, terrifying guy.
So play this if you can.
Okay, I know you say you can give it back to him, but he's ginormous. I want to hear. I don't want to stop your flow, Taylor.
I'll go through any questions and whatnot, but here's the clip of the whole floor is coated in nonsense.
Oh. He fell poorly, boys.
He falls again because there's nothing but like split. The guy who was loving it. The guy who was yelling right there in the green shirt at the table is a homeless alcoholic who they brought on the show, who is constantly threatening to kill people. Like just in passing. Like at one point he got so mad at Frank 2 days ago that he shattered a plate and wanted to like cut him with a piece of ceramic, and like production had to be like, no weapons, guys. Let's keep it to spitballs and nonsense. But
Richard, how is this vibing for you? Are you not feeling like there's girls getting bullied? There's a ginormous man in there pouring disgusting fluids on unknowing contestants, people with mental disabilities being taken advantage of. I'm not blind to the entertainment. I'm not blind to the entertainment value, but I put myself in Burt's shoes, and I don't know how I leave with dignity. If Frank Hassel's bullying me, I don't have a recourse, really.
You know what I was thinking?
That guy fucks me up.
No, I was thinking
I could try.
What keeps it civil? Is there rules? Is there security?
So the rules are that like you're not supposed to get. So like basically the whole time. So Frank can't punch someone. Frank can't hit people. Frank's getting punched pretty regularly. He's getting attacked all the time, but he's like mostly shoving, like in a leaning way, like doing gross things. But anything he does is allowed. And so by the end, like they're like the contestants are walking by like spitting in his face because Frank had spit on one of them before. Or, they're tearing Frank's shirt and clothes off because he had destroyed their clothes. Or like they're messing with him in gross ways because he's doing that to them. And so it's tit for tat. If they weren't allowed to push back on Frank, it wouldn't feel good to watch it because it would be like, all right, this isn't.
You're vibing like when my wife was a freshman in high school, she weighed like 73 pounds, and she was being bullied on the bus by this 200-pound Hispanic senior. So her father gave her permission to hit back. That's what you're doing right now. You're like, hey, all right, small Asian chick who got thrown to the ground. You're allowed to hit him back. Like, what is she supposed to do?
I would like to see this one.
Okay.
Watch as Frank gets straight up attacked by this. Oh, no, not this. This is... restart this one because this is just showing that they're good friends.
Two boss niggas. Two boss niggas. Two boss niggas. Yeah, hit the camera. Two boss niggas. Two boss niggas.
I see one.
Yeah, but play the other one, Zach. The most recent one I sent. So this is a good example of it. Frank is destroying this girl's stuff, but he's not getting physical with her. He's not going to hit her, and she launches into an actual attack.
She defends herself.
You're gonna come after his stuff, and that's enough of that fucking bullshit, dude. What the fuck is wrong with you? Yo, get the fuck out!
Don't hit me.
Okay, then get out.
Let's just chill.
Oh, you good? You good?
He doesn't leave. He crosses his legs.
Chill.
That's fine.
You can't hit me.
She's fine.
Are you good?
You don't want to get kicked out.
No, fucking ask you, dude. Are you good?
What's the objective? To get people knocked out, or like off
To create drama.
Making content.
Like, do you get more money, or
yeah, it makes a lot of money.
What are the
do they
think the
contestants
incentive is?
No,
is they're getting voted off like Big Brother?
I don't know about that. That's a Taylor question, but I know at the end they pay prize money and it's significant. I don't remember exactly, but it was $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 or something like that. Although at one point I think that he was like, actually, there is no prize money. You get nothing, and like did that to him. And then he was I'm just fucking with you. I'm going to pay you actually more than I said.
If you read the contract carefully, it could be interpreted as payment was optional.
And
he paid.
It's wild what he's doing over there. The text to speech is the scariest part because the clips of it I've seen. One of them is that black guy who's schizophrenic or whatever, and he's in a bunk bed alone, and he interprets that text to speech as like an AI. Like Taylor said, they've told him that that's what it is, and so it's like telling him to do stuff.
Where's the speakers?
Throughout the house, but I think in that instance, it was in the room with him. It was in the room with him, and he was alone at night in bed, and they're like talking to him. You know what I mean? Imagine this schizophrenic man is in a strange house surrounded by strange people in bed alone at night, freaked out already, and they're talking to him.
That's crazy.
Richard, tell me what you really think. Like, how does this vibe for you?
It's hard.
Kind of fair.
Again, it's something I'm ignorant to, so I don't know. Like, if all the people are like they're like competing for something, and they're
competing for $50,000 to be the winner.
Okay, so if they're like, hey, all bets are off, I'm excited. If they're all willing, they have the ability to opt out or whatever, and they know consenting adults, again, you do you.
Yeah, there are times where it's like so weird and uncomfortable that it's difficult to watch. Like Burt, last night they gave him a TV to play Xbox on. Because they're setting up a new third act for the show, and so they needed just something to take up time. And I'll explain the third act. It's very funny. And Burt was like playing Xbox, and he was by himself, and it was a smart TV. And he was like, "Can I just like pull up my own? Can I pull up the YouTube version of Fishtank so I can see what it's like?" And so he pulled up. You can mute these, Zach. So he pulled up the YouTube. Like he looked up Fishtank on YouTube, and there like are so many compilations all about Burt. And he put one on, and it's like
so they can see themselves.
In this one instance, there's no phones, no nothing else. It was just for this one evening. They brought a TV in to distract him while they were doing other stuff around the house, and he was playing. But then he looked up Fishtank, and there was a video showing like a lot of Burt's moments so far, and he's just watching it, and it's him like dancing, talking to himself in a mirror, which he did constantly for weeks, not knowing he was being filmed. Just going into the bathroom, being like, and so we need to make sure we do this. And it's something I'm worried about Peyton saying that, and just talking to himself. And then he sees a clip of him birding off from the first night, and he goes, "Oh gracious me!" And he's like, and so it's fully confirmed that like he's on camera birding off, and then like within 40 minutes, he's jacking off again.
Oh, that's great.
Again. He just like the dude doesn't care. He's birding off, and he's having a great time doing it. And so, like, I'm Team Burt. Burt is the funniest person on the show by far. I want Burt to win. But what they're doing now is there's 4 contestants left, I think, real contestants. And now they're bringing 6 new people tomorrow who also think that it's called Famous House. And so they're going back to Famous House. And the 4 people have to act as though they haven't been there the whole time. They can't give up that they know production, that they know the true purpose of the game. And if they give it up, they're eliminated. And Jet says if all of them get eliminated, that they're going to have to keep the show going again. And one of the new 6 contestants will have to be the winner after a new crop of 6 is brought 3 weeks from now, which of course seems a little convoluted. But I'm excited to see where it goes, because a lot of this is just clearly fly by night, just fun. And then other bits of it are very constructed.
Are not in on the gig, right? Richard Ryan, whatever. My bad. It's hard to call them consenting, right? They're being tricked.
They were initially, like, they thought it was going to be a Hulu show, and then as soon as it was, because it was only like a weekend, maybe even less, that they revealed like this isn't a Hulu show. You're on basically an internet Stanford prison experiment. And immediately a few people left and were like, I can't handle this. And since then, they amped up the TTS, they amp up the intensity. Usually, at least based on how previous fish tanks go, the people that survive Frank Hassel, they always dropped Frank in for like a 3 to 4 day period of just abject horror in the middle. And the people that make it through that and come out the other side are like, I'm in this. All my clothes are covered in mustard. Like, I'm already on the show. I'm gonna fucking win. I have to win at this point. And so they're very motivated. The Indian guy is getting bullied a lot by text to speech.
Symbol.
Oh yeah, like you could tell that Frank really did not like the Indian guy at all. He'd like, because the Indian guy's like 5'4" or something, and Frank is you could literally fit 3 or 4 symbols in a Frank if you just like emulsified him and like into a powder silo. And then and Frank would walk up to him and he'd be like, "Oh, am I bothering you? Am I in your face?" And this guy's just like, "What the fuck?"
So
Meanwhile,
Frank's not a contestant.
Symbols attacking him. No, Frank is a member of production. His job is Frank is hired to come in and get as many people to leave as possible. He's trying to get them to quit.
Okay.
And so that's his purpose.
Is the contest? I mean, eventually you're down to contestants who don't quit. So how do they choose who won?
They do a big final challenge, usually for like the last 2 or 3. Mm-hmm. There will be like a 3-person thing, and then one person gets kicked off through a challenge, and then it's like a head-to-head, some form of challenge, or
those challenges. Would you call them kind of fair?
No, no, not even close. Like some of the challenges will be like, all right, season 1, they like clearly didn't have a plan for how to end it. And so they just locked the final 2 people in a room for like 4 or 5 straight days and made them do whatever games Sam thought of, where he's like, this is the handstand challenge, handstand longer, and then just do that. Or like, this is the deviled egg challenge. Whoever can eat more deviled eggs. Ooh. And meanwhile, it's like, where do they go to the bathroom? There's a bucket in the closet. They have to open the closet and go in there and go to the bathroom and then come back out. And so it's meant to be a hell house. And at any point you can leave. At any point you can leave. Just walk away if it's not for you. But
I hear you.
Some
I have
people
too much
do it.
Empathy. I can't watch this stuff and just enjoy their suffering. Although I did like to see Frank fall. I just like, I put myself in that position of like Frank pouring that fluid on me, and I'm like, I don't know how I'd respond, but I'd feel obligated
to swing,
fight,
to give what I got. Right?
No, I'd have to fight.
I guess I'm committed to losing this fight. Here we go.
Well, Taylor says Frank has this opening move where he turns his back to you and moves toward you.
Oh my God! I'm like, why don't they pull out the chair? This is a basketball thing. Not that I'm some good player, but in basketball, let's say you're defending the net and I'm backing up. Right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What your move is to just let me fall. Right? Pull the chair out from under me. I fall on my ass. I look like an idiot.
Oh,
Frank seems susceptible to it.
Take the back. Take the back.
Or that. Oh, yeah, it's a great move.
I'm gonna choke you out and hope you piss yourself in front of everybody.
You're escalating high. I was just letting him fall on the ground, looking at him while I'm still standing. Like that was my thought.
Like if this is day 1 and he's already like trying to humiliate me, it's like, all right, we're gonna have to fight. Like everyone's gonna have to fight. So we might. Oh, I get to win the fight. Well, let's start with a win. Like if he's gonna back up, I'm just gonna choke you out.
Yeah, most of what he's doing isn't like, he's not punching people. I don't think I've ever seen him actually hit someone. I saw him get hit probably a dozen times this season of like
throw a
people
woman
punching him.
He did throw that woman.
Oh yeah, well, she was holding on to that shirt, and he needed it back.
They're like cats; they can't let go.
Can't let go. And what was funny is like right after that clip, like there was one guy who was like clearly, the meme of like a guy who's totally like jacked and like the most homophobic dude ever, and he's like secretly gay, but like obviously gay. There was this dude who would get like blackout drunk every night, and every time he would pivot from like seemingly a reasonably chill guy to like just everything was him like taking an affront to like Burt being gay, or like thinking that people were coming on to him or something. And he punched the shit out of Frank, and Frank like had to back up, and because he can't actually get in a fight, that's not his job. But so what the audience did, they add these things called fish toys in, which you can pay to send plushies to a contestant. And they added a new one called Gay Porn for Connor. And so you could pay like $30 to have explicit full-page gay pornography printed out, and then they'd bring it up to him and they'd say like, Connor, here's your gay porn. And he'd be like, this shit's fucking gross, dude. And they're like, Connor, you have to read the other page and thank the person who donated it. And he'd be like, oh. Right. Thanks to 612 KKK man for the gay pornography. And then at one point, like it got so much that like they were delivering him like every 15-20 seconds for like 20 minutes to be like, gay porn delivery for Connor. And then the TTS the whole time is like, Connor, stop lying. You love the gay porn. You're horny. Connor, are you a fag? Connor, like they're just bullying him, and he's losing his mind. Like any normal guy would be like, this is hilarious. Like, this is pretty funny. They're paying this amount of money to send me gay porn, and he's just livid, like screaming. He's so angry about it. And meanwhile, Burt is finding all the discarded gay pornography to keep for himself. So he has a big stack of black and white printed explicit, and he like lifted it up too close to the camera, just dick and ass. Just explicit gay porn that he's taking back, and he's getting a little bird off going.
Did you
that's
say
what he
dick
does.
And or dick in?
Dick in ass.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
it was like it was like the piece of paper was laying down, kind of facing the camera across the room, and I could see what was happening in the picture. That's how big this, every bit of that 8.5 by 11 was taken up by gay pornography, and so they just add little things to troll like that. Just
we need a bro to hook
things.
Burt up. An angel, not a devil.
I was gonna be like, man, we should send some lock and load to Burt, but I think that might be a bad move. I think this guy's might make him too powerful. It might make him too much of a contender. But yeah, if you haven't checked out Fishtank, it's fishtank.live. Very funny, entertaining stuff. Sometimes it feels like you click in and it's like, oh, there's really not much going on right now. But the past week has been nonstop action and entertainment. So I've really enjoyed
I liked. I like the idea of those shows. I don't think it's been perfected yet, but what they're doing is really cool. Who was it that did it before? We had him on the show. I'm spacing on his name. He's got a ridiculous voice.
A reality show? Yeah.
He had the people locked in the house.
They have like the paintball guns and stuff.
Ice Poseidon. Oh. Ice Poseidon had that robot that the chat could control. I like that a lot. I think that should be integrated into anything like this. The ability for the chat to take control of a robot with a camera on it and just drive it around for like whatever viewpoint they want is tremendous. I remember we would watch like 3 different cams, like when something crazy was happening. And one of the cams you'd watch was the robo cam. And they put a steak knife on the robot. So it had like a little steak knife it's walking around with. So you can't just ignore it. You got to keep your eye on the bot. It's trying to do upskirts the whole time. It's great. Like that robot was the star.
You wake up and you look at the side of the bed and the robot just standing there with a steak knife watching.
yeah.
Just stab you in the ankle.
For an hour and a half. I
wonder how Ice Poseidon's doing now. Like
I don't know what he's up to. I bet he's
last I heard he did that crypto rug pull thing and then just took his money and rode off into the sunset.
I thought he paid people back. I thought he paid people back was the deal. I was told he paid people back. Which, I don't know. I was thinking about
he's streaming on Kick, I think.
Me and Harley were talking about Vitaly the other day. VitalyZ. You remember him?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, prank guy.
He got in that like mess in Florida. And then but now he's doing the pedophile cat catcher show. Like he's I've seen a couple of them. He did the one where the old guy showed up to meet some little boy on the street, and then like the difference is they're live streaming while they're catching child predators. So people who are watching the live stream who live in the area can just show up. And that's what happened. Some dude who lives in the area shows up and runs over and is like, injects himself into the conversation between the crew that's streaming and Vitaly and the child predator. And he said, I think he might have said something like, I got touched when I was a kid or something like that. Maybe I'm imagining that, but he lays that old man out. He lays the old man out, like, and he does one of those, I'm unconscious immediately. I'm going to fall straight down like a log hitting the ground, and hits the concrete. Meanwhile, the dude that threw the punch is gone. He's running so fast.
Oh, shit.
He's disappeared into the ether. And it's like, man, live streams are crazy now. They catch child predators and assault them. I've seen so many of those now.
He paid 1/3 back and kept 2/3 for himself.
That's fair. That's fair.
That's fair. That's fair.
Dude, you bought Ice Coin. What did you want?
Just last thing on Fishtank. That clip I showed you of Frank being punched in the head by that girl, Peyton. That was the first clip from Fishtank of any of the 3 seasons to go absurdly viral. And it got like 30 million views on Twitter, a shit ton.
Oh, wow.
And so there were thousands and thousands of comments who had no idea what was happening. And never in my life would I think that when Fishtank finally went viral, it would be tons of people siding with Frank Hassel that this woman was engaging in domestic abuse. And so there were people being like, who the hell's that white knight coming at the end telling him to leave? Does he not know that that woman just abused him and beat him? People being like,
they have no background.
There was some misogynists in there being like, oh, women always get away with this kind of stuff. Meanwhile, like Frank's been harassing her and bothering her. Frank went in the comments and said, it's a reality TV show, dude, calm down. And the guy's like, you're just victim blaming. And Frank's like, I'm the guy. I'm the guy in the video that's harassing. She punched me because I had been just like ignoring her, stealing her clothes and like putting it in the toilet or whatever. And so, yeah, it's fun. There's a good bit of justice. At the end of it, they the way they got rid of Frank is they made all the contestants pay to make him leave. Because they get these pieces of laminated cardboard that say fish bucks. It's like $1, but it's a fish buck, and each one is worth $100 at the end, and you get them as like little incentives. And Sam went to everyone and was like, how much would you pay in fish bucks if I get rid of Frank right now? And they're like 8 fish bucks, man. Like, I just want this guy gone. And so he went through everyone, and at the end, Sam was like, so we're all super thankful for Frank coming here. Let's give him a round of applause. Everyone's like covered in like mustard and ketchup and sweaty and disgusting. And they've got like cigarette ash all over him. Frank is like wounded and like got stab wounds. And so Sam goes, all right, I think the way we're going to do this is everyone grab your fish bucks. And I want you to walk up to Frank. I want you to hand him the fish bucks. And I want you to say, thank you, Frank. And so he made all of them walk up and give huge. I think he made like $4,000 that these people had made in prizes just to get rid of him. They didn't know that he was leaving anyway, but it was very
I wouldn't have paid a dime. Like if you're at that point, if he's asking, then he's about to leave anyway. Yeah. I'd be like, let's wait and see, guys. I think he's going to leave anyway.
This was like 30 minutes after he took that fall, and I saw that, and I'm like, he might need to go to the hospital. Like,
I could never do that. That show was great for entertainment value for watching, but I could never compete in a show like that because I feel like we're just gonna fight now. Like my okay, it's time to fight level is just lower than that show allows for. Yeah. And I'm not saying I'm gonna win the fight or anything. It's just like I think the rules say I now have to strike you, sir, and so here it has begun.
I'm on the same page. I've often been told, like, no, what are you not supposed to hit people when they just used words? Like, I have a vastly different moral code than that. Like, you can't say anything you want. I think you're obligated to return that kind of language with violence. That's and hopefully I'm not full of shit. I hope that I would try. Frank Hassel is huge. I'm not claiming I can beat that guy. He might have 100 pounds on me. That's a lot. Yeah. But
dude, somebody surprises me and I swing. Like hiding around.
You would have done well in this. Then you would have.
Hey, Richard, I'm like, fuck.
I mean, they did let after Frank admitted that he was a paid actor and that he was not gay and Burt was never going to get to fuck him. Burt was like seething and furious, and so Sam let them box each other to do it. Burt has no idea. Like I was watching it and I'm like, Burt is the least athletic jack guy I've ever seen. That came to light yesterday when he had all the contestants do polygraphs with embarrassing questions. And it turns out that Burt has muscle implants in his arms, lats, shoulders. And so he's not actually, and his ass, he's not jacked. He's just like a guy with muscle implants. And so he was like frantically swinging at Frank, and Frank didn't get any good hits on him really either. It was clear that Frank was holding back a little bit. At one point, like before the fight, I saw Sam like lean in and talk to Frank, and so I wouldn't be surprised if it was like, "Hey, you can't."
Is Frank skilled?
Yeah. No, he doesn't know how to box. He clearly doesn't know how to box, but he's an enormous guy, and two people who don't know how to box. The guy who's huge is probably going to win, but it was like more like allowing a cathartic experience for Burt. Because it was like in any way a wash. No one really got a huge hit, but afterward, everyone's like, "Yeah, Burt!" And Burt's like hands in the air like Rocky, just stoked on his victory, and everyone's happy for that. So, it's really the Burt show in some ways.
Zach,
if he leaves, it'll suck.
Show Burt again, because now that I know that he has muscle implants, I want to see if I could like notice that. I want to see his physique, knowing that they're implants. Because I don't know. I guess I haven't really paid much attention, but I definitely thought he vibed as jacked black dude.
He fooled me.
Yeah. I didn't see anything wrong with the way he looks. You sometimes see these guys who go
nobody
overboard
looks
on Reddit.
More naked man than me. I thought I'd spot a fake jack dude, but
trying to find one of him jacked.
I wonder how much the implants cost. I know guys who do calf implants like regularly, like that. That's probably one of the more popular ones for if you're just
You're helpless if you don't. They don't grow.
Yeah. You just imagine being able to just instantly have. I saw a YouTube video and the guy was like, "Wow, they look real." His triceps look underdeveloped, but like his biceps look real and big.
Yeah, and his chest,
his lats.
Yeah, his lats for sure. Oh, now he looks beefy as fuck. Wow.
That's from his like sex worker profile.
Oh shit.
Oh, really?
Knowing that they're fake, I can't spot that they're fake.
I can't. No.
I mean,
Sometimes
they did a good job.
It's the ab implants. People whose abs look flexed all the time. That's fake.
Seeing him do physical challenges, though, it makes so much more sense after knowing that they're not real muscles. Because it was like, how can you know how to lift weights at all and not know how to like move your body?
How much of it is real, right? Like I doubt he looks like Urkel.
Oh yeah, he's clearly like working out, but he's not a strong guy for how big he looks, I should say.
Yeah,
anyway.
I don't know. I have so much empathy. That show's not for me. Like I can acknowledge what a great job he's doing, and he's hitting his own bullseye. It's just not the same as mine.
Yeah,
the parts
there were when I was watching like Burt, like there were parts of me where I'm like, oh my god, how is this guy going to handle realizing that he's been birding off in front of people for weeks, and like is he going to? And that Frank is lying to him, and that what's going to happen? It turns out this guy is beyond resilient. Like. He immediately drops a previous thing, and then he's on to the next conspiracy. Like all it takes, like 2 seconds after Burt, he realizes Frank's not going to fuck him. Like someone in text to speech is like, "Burt, you've never been closer. Think about it. 3 letters, 3 years, 3 seasons." And then he's like pacing around for the next 10 minutes, like 3. What could that possibly mean? Do they mean 3? And then he's like making these because he's apparently like a very high IQ person, and so he's quickly making associations, but the associations don't make sense. Very, very entertaining. But like he doesn't seem bothered. He's moisturized.
I would be more into. I'm less into the bullying and more into things like obstacle courses, and like eating gross stuff and like weird sleeping conditions. I really like that text to speech can be employed to harass them at night and throw off their sleep. But I don't think I would want it like during the day, during main challenges and stuff. To me, I really like my idea of buying like 15 single wide trailers that are like cheap as fuck and fusing them together into a complex where they have to like make this a labyrinth that I create by like attaching them all in a weird pattern and having them try to escape it. I would like to see something like that.
I daydream of going a different way. I would love for like, you've spent time with Joe Lauzon's little brother, Dan, right?
Yeah.
When I talk to this man, I feel like I'm dealing with an untamed predator, right? Like this, I am all like, mind your P's
like
and Q's,
alien
Woody.
predair, or
like a wild man who might just get drunk and go beat somebody.
Like Woody, do you want to play with a jaguar? Like, well, be careful, I guess. Like this is super dangerous. I've rolled with this guy. He hurt me, and like I was at Joe's wedding, right? And I'm with Dan and his friends, and they're drinking at the wedding. And the whole time, I'm just nervous. Like everything about them exudes, I'm about to hurt him. I'm about to fuck somebody up. And I want that guy on this house. I don't see him bothering Burt or any of these girls. But when Frank Hassel tries to push around a guy like Dan Lauzon,
kill him.
Dan gets pushed around for 1 second before he decides this is too much.
That's Dan fighting his brother Joe Lauzon, by the way, in a backyard friendly MMA bout. Just skip to like the middle of it, and they're throwing hard as fuck.
This is their family picnic. They did a family reunion. And I'm sorry, Kyle, I interrupted your story. Can I take over?
Yeah.
So what happened was, if you could show this, I'm sure Joe won't copyright us. They were at a family reunion, and I guess Dan was just being a little too big personalitied and talking about how tough he was, and Joe's father, who I think might be named Joe also, was like, all right, Joe, show him what's up. And So this is Joe and his brother. His brother, by the way, I think youngest UFC fighter ever. And but Joe had like recently competed professionally and was kind of in peak shape. This is Joe's explanation.
His shorts have his name on them.
This is.
I mean, they just keep gloves around.
Dude, this is family reunion shit. Half of the people watching this are also fighters at the professional or amateur level, and like they're not fucking around. I'm waiting for Joe to throw.
Look how effectively he moved backwards there. It's great. Look at this slam. Oh, the double leg. Picked him
Joe
up.
gets the best of him, and then for some reason, Dan didn't like the way it ended. So he maybe threw a pot shot, and then they go again. And Joe beats him twice before it's generally accepted that Joe's got him. This is Joe's day.
That's great.
But
Can you imagine what tough human beings this upbringing creates?
Yeah.
And their whole friend group is like, maybe not this particular guy, also like fighters who are just ready to throw down. And I want to see this breed of human in the fish tank. And then like Frank Hassel getting what he deserves. That's my thing. And like
he's just doing his job.
His job is not nice. Like
it's not nice. Well, they kind of had that. Remember, when you had the Ultimate Fighter, they'd be in that house, and it was always so insane to me that they had like an open bar in that house. There was just bottles of liquor and beer, and I'm sure if you were like, I only drink Coors Light, they'd have been like, well, here's a case. I think they were fueling the reality show with alcohol as much as they were, fist fights in the ring. And some of those guys, I can't remember who it was, the guy who's like, let me bang, bro, let me bang. Like there were several drunken meltdowns on that show where guys were under a lot of stress and had substance abuse problems and were in a house full of bullies.
Exactly. And on top of that, they intentionally deprived them of things that might make them like settle down. Like they couldn't read books, they couldn't surf the internet, they didn't have phones. They just put them in there and made it as much of a powder keg as possible. Boredom and alcohol. Go. Oh, and fighters. And it was pretty great. It had a good run. I don't think the Ultimate Fighter's still on.
And then somebody would like snap and like hit somebody, and Dana White would be like, I can't believe you like what are you, some kind of 22-year-old drunk mixed martial arts fighter in a house? Actually checks out.
Testosterone levels.
Actually, this all checks out. Sorry, I busted in on you guys. Whoop his ass again. See y'all later. Like that's what he should do. It's like, what do you expect them to be doing in this house? I haven't liked reality shows in so long, like the real reality on television. I can't remember the last one that I like enjoyed. I remember I watched one of those survival shows where they put two or three teams, I can't remember, in Alaska to survive. And it seemed really poorly thought out because they allowed this sort of loophole where you could Frank Hassel the other team, and they didn't really have any recourse. And so these boss bitches just went and picked on this guy who was all by himself and stole all of his stuff. And then he's like having to guard his stuff. He has to sit on it or they'll steal it. And they're like, there's more of us. We'll just wait till you have to go get food.
Like, it gets down to 0 degrees at night. You can't steal my sleeping bag all day.
They took his sleeping bag.
No, you'll quit.
Yeah, Life Below Zero is probably that's the one that I've probably watched last.
Yeah, I hated that. I hated that so much. It made no sense. It had nothing to do with Survivor.
I would give Survivor another chance. Modern day Survivor is a manipulation strategy game that was so much better than I expected it to be. And I think it's all pretty true, that, or I'm a sucker. That could be possible. And I often watch these shows, insert myself in my imagination as like I'd be good at it. No, man. These guys are way better at Survivor than I could be on my best day. They're very clever. They're experienced. They've watched all 37 seasons. It's something really high like that. And I'm just blown away by watching their strategy and how they play and manipulate. Like some people lie all the time. Some people tell the truth all the time. But most of the people try to tell the truth as much as possible and not get caught in their lies, which turns out to be a lousy strategy. Like if you're a snake and you present as a snake, then I know what I'm dealing with. But if you're a snake and you present as a sheep, then we have a problem. Now I need to get rid of you. You're not what you said.
Yeah, you can't be trusted.
I feel like the social part of Survivor is the part I'm less worried about getting eliminated because of.
Really?
It'd be more like
challenges.
Yeah, like just like I've seen enough Survivor. I haven't seen a ton, but it's like tons of people make it to the middle of the pack and later just by not putting a target on their own back, not being like obstinate or arrogant or, you know, say, because there's always going to be a ton of people who are like putting targets.
You would be really good at some of the physical tasks, right? Like some shit is like, hey, we've got 7 rocks. We have to hold them above your head. I give you 2. I'd take 1. We do well, right? Like that's so you're useful for that, but that might get you voted off. Are you a hero in a challenge? Well, you sound dangerous. You need to go. And it, like you said, the tallest flower gets plucked. But the worst one, you know, you don't want to be a non-growing. You don't want to be a total person who causes your team to lose every challenge either. You don't want to be the anchor, the anchor in a way that holds you down. Not like
you want to be like you want to be like a median competitor,
which is hard to be. And every time someone becomes like the head of the snake, like, all right, look at this. I have an alliance of 5 people, and I'm kind of running this show. Then, you know, the person who's the 5th highest on your alliance will turn on you, and now you lose. And Survivor is so much better than I expected it to be. I should watch a new season.
You know what would take off and be the biggest reality show on TV? Fear Factor. If Joe Rogan came back and did Fear Factor, and they would have to call it that too. Joe Rogan's Fear Factor.
Yeah, they would.
I'd be like, yo, put my fucking name in it. They need to know.
Have you heard those clips of him from probably years ago at this point on his podcast talking about it?
Oh yeah.
Where he'd be like, he has some comedian on. And he's like, yeah, dude. And then there was this whole bit where like they had to drink like donkey cum or horse piss. And I'm watching these people like, you guys are fucking disgusting. Like this is only 50 grand and you're drinking horse cum on television. Like, yeah, I was grossed out. I almost vomited.
I put myself on that show imaginarily. The eating contests are the ones that were, I think I could endure the bugs crawling on me. A lot of them were like drown based, and I would be very strong there even today.
Oh yeah.
I don't have the fear of water that those people seem to, but the food
heights?
I'm fine.
They always put a rope on you anyway.
Woody laughed at heights.
I'm an acrobatic paramotor pilot. Like I think, not that I'm not scared, but I would push through it.
Skydive.
I was gonna say, like, I'm still scared, but I do it.
They put a whole harness on you, and they have, I don't know what they call it, but they've got one of those lines that's got tension on it, so you just slowly fall to the ground if you fall. Like the heights never scared me. A bull riding episode was ridiculous because they just got on a fucking bull and did it.
Tried.
And it fucked, you know, it's throwing them, you know, and it's little girls and men, and that's the most dangerous sport in the world, right? Like I think it is.
Yeah, I mean, per capita, it has to be. It's a bull.
It's crazy that.
But would you try if you were on the show? Like I think.
Yeah.
You don't have to win.
Have you you've seen their bull riding episodes? Those guys aren't wearing cowboy hats and spurs like the professional bull riders. They're wearing like a crash dummy suit.
They got a vest. They've got a bull riding vest.
They have that thing on that keeps their neck rigid that goes down to like here.
I don't want to put my teeth on the back of a bull's skull. Like I feel like that's a good way to lose your teeth.
Oh yeah,
that's a good way to lose your nose. Yeah, that thing is gonna.
Wouldn't you be tempted though? Like you doing the bull riding episode, and all the other guys are putting on the full suit, and then you're thinking about Grandpa's going to see this. What would Grandpa want? And you like put that cowboy hat on, you just slide on to a raw dog.
Big old buckle.
Send it.
Immediately die. Or just the best case scenario is I'm thrown off at 2 seconds, awarded no points, and I'm not injured. That's the best possible scenario.
No, you got to play some country music in your head to believe. It should have been a cowboy.
I was, you know what? When you said play country music in your head, my instinct was that little ditty from Deliverance. And I would also have been ready.
I thought that was super dangerous. They made them eat these cave spiders, and these cave spiders have like pinchers, and they're very pokey. Like they have like pokey pinchers so that like their predators don't want to eat them. They almost look like a spider with thorns at its angles, like where its legs make bends. There's like thorns growing off, and so they had to eat those alive. And they're fighting to not be eaten so much that the people's mouths are bleeding. Like it's fighting so much to not be eaten alive that it's cutting them. And they have to eat like multiple of these. It may have even, I think maybe they did some bullshit. Like they rolled dice, and whatever you rolled was how many fucking
the
cave spiders you had to eat. And it's like, all right, 5 it is. Holy shit. Eat 5 cave spiders. That I remember thinking, I don't think I can do that. And maybe if I like could smush it up first and like make a paste of it and eat that, like then it's just grossness.
There was one that went like this. So the contestant had to lay in a bathtub filled with leeches, and their teammates had to use their mouth to remove the leeches from the contestant. But a leech got in the contestant's mouth, who like coughed it up and spat it out. But the leech had done its thing, and now there's like all this blood coming out with the leech because it was on the inside of their mouth or throat or something. There's some rough contests.
It's disgusting. Like I agree with you that I would rather do a physical challenge, a scary challenge. What would actually intimidate me on a show like that is like, all right, it's the roach bowl clear up, like time to eat. Like I would be the worst girl at giving head. I have such a bitch gag reflex. Like if I can see
Don't
someone
give yourself
like
enough credit, Taylor. You were fine.
No, next time I'll show you my improvements. But yeah, that's evil.
Wow, that thing's pokey.
That's demonic. It's a demon spider.
It's soft shell crab.
I feel like I want to gag.
Oh shit!
Like
but Taylor, looking at it through the crab lens, maybe this is where you're shine.
No, because we're not cracking it open and eating the succulent, delicious crab meat.
There's no rules.
That's a bug. That's a bug, and it's going to tear my mouth up. Crabs are not bugs; they're crustaceans.
They're sea bugs. Crustaceans are bugs.
No, they're not.
I mean, not literally, but they're very much the insects of the sea.
Okay, but they're not bugs. They're tasty. They're delicious. They're wonderful.
Bugs could be tasty and delicious. I don't
No,
know
they cannot. Fuck off. Nobody's eating tasty bugs.
Are spiders bugs?
So
in this conversation,
wait. Okay, are caterpillars bugs?
Okay, so it
butterflies.
depends on
all these little things in the context of this conversation. All these little creepy crawlies are bugs.
Okay, so they're all arthropods, much like crustaceans, bugs.
Yeah, and what do people call crawfish?
Crawdads.
Mud bugs.
Sorry, I just had to.
That's racist.
Say something stupid. A mud bug. I never heard mud bugs.
Yeah.
It was always
crustaceans are related
crawdads
to
or crayfish.
things, butterflies, caterpillars, etc.
Regardless, if it was a crab eating competition, I would.
Oh my god!
It could be the rest of the survival island versus me, and it would be a fight. It'd be brutal.
Man, next time I cross the Mississippi, I have to stop over and just take Taylor to dinner. I want to witness this spectacle.
Bring some money.
I know what I'm signing up for.
He gets out a 2-piece crab cracker and screws it together.
Right, like a pool player with his own stick.
Oh yeah,
he's got his own bib he puts on, his monogram.
I told you I went to like my friend's crab boil.
His bib says "Death before dishonor."
Death before dishonor. I have a bib and it has that like Roman like SPQR thing on it. That's how serious I take it. Like I'm a warrior. When I went to my friend's big crab boil like a year or so ago. And it wasn't snow crab. Snow crab is 100% always my choice crab if I have the option. It was blue crab, and those are the small ones that you have to like. A lot of the meat is in the body itself, and so you have to break
freshwater.
Yeah, and I don't know. I thought they were like. I thought he's got them from. I don't know. Regardless,
it could be brackish.
He brought it. Like he bought so many of these fucking things, and no one at that party had any stick-to-itiveness in the crab game other than me. And so like everybody else got like 2 of them and like kind of picked at it and was like, this is too much work. I, like a scientist, Socratically figured out the most efficient way to break it over the course of my first 2. And then once I had it down pat, I must have eaten 10 more because no one else was eating them. And so like, it was like 40 minutes into my girlfriend, my friend, their wives and girlfriends, like all them chatting, watching the Mizzou game at the time. And I'm like at the bar table overlooking it, just still feasting. Because in my head, I'm like, when's the next time you're guaranteed to get crab? You don't know. And so let's
no.
And
You're
so
like
let's opt in.
This is the mindset of like a puma gorging on a rotten deer or something.
100%. I don't know when the next time I'm going to get it. My friend's like, do you want a beer? I'm like, I won't waste the stomach space. You can buy beer anywhere. You can't get crab anywhere.
Yes, you can. You can order it off the internet. It's
I'm
everywhere.
in Missouri. We don't. Well, yeah, you can do the internet thing, but it's real expensive to get it shipped here.
It's so expensive.
And it was delicious blue crab because he paid a fuck ton of money to have an inordinate amount of them shipped to his house overnight on ice, and then we ate them. It was great. Still, distant second
I've
to snow
crab legs. I've ordered king crab legs off the internet before. They're enormous. That's what I like about them. I like that you have these huge hunks of meat. And
they're not a good Kraken crab. You need tools to get those out. With a snow crab, you can do all hands.
I just remember I got them and I cooked them.
Well, you can. I'm sorry.
I just remember the girl I was with was like, I don't eat seafood. And I was like, I've cooked 4 pounds of crab legs here. Like, what do you mean you don't eat seafood? He's like, ooh, those are so big. Those are gross. And I'm like, are you kidding? You're gonna
fucking
have a lot of crab to eat.
Bitch. Dude, I'm so good at crab cracking. I could bamboozle you with movements and then pull a big piece of leg out from behind your ear. Oh, in the butter.
Dude, Taylor, in my imaginary dinner, I want you to do that.
I would. If we ever do an IRL PKA or something, it's a guarantee.
Crab.
We're doing it at a seafood restaurant. And like other people in my life, you're going to go into it with this feeling of like, because I'm known for this in my friend group and word passes. And you're going to sit there and be like, I can't wait to see Taylor eat crab. It's not going to be until like 2 hours into the meal that it really sets in, like how gross what you're watching is, the level of gluttony, the pile, the ever increasing pile of shells,
you're
the shrapnel.
With 2 hours though, right?
I will eat and eat. Yeah. I'll sit there for 2 hours and eat crab 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like
I
our
could just
family
sit there
reunions, that's what we would eat, blue crab. So like I was from Florida, and so like the St. Johns River there is where we get a lot of the blue crab from. And no shit, family reunions, we'd probably be boiling 10 pots of them. We'd take 7 picnic tables and run them parallel, families all on the side, and you just dump the pots onto the table, and everybody's just cracking and fucking throwing, cracking and throwing.
This is a family reunion?
And, yeah.
That's fine. So are you pretty quick?
Reunion?
What's that?
How many people attend to your family reunion? It sounds like a huge affair.
It was probably 30 or 40 people back when I was a kid. Now, really nobody. Yeah. But yeah, it was blue crab. And it's the move. And it's so easy to clean.
The race. How long is the race? I don't think you told us.
Only doing a 5K. Because like my mom, she's like 75 and stuff like that. So like originally I was going to do like a mud run and have everybody, but the more I started thinking about it, I thought it was kind of fucked up because people's egos would push them to want to do the obstacles and everything else. I don't want people to get hurt. So side rant here, I've been writing a book the last 8 months. And in going through this whole process, actually, I'm going to get some help from Taylor here in a minute. I'll have you pick something out for the book for me. But I've been assessing things that I value in life, we'll say, because the book's on addiction and how digital addiction specifically has kind of I haven't established boundaries in me being a content creator and my consumption with my phone and everything else. And it's led me to realize certain aspects of my life that I either neglected or has just completely gone by. And I'll tell you real quick, one of the things then this, like kind of the research of this was listening to Neil deGrasse Tyson of all things talk about the life of a dog. being 7 years in a dog's life being the equivalent to, you know, one of a person's. He's like, but that really, it's really hard. Perspective is a hell of a thing. And it's hard to really put that into perspective. If you do it more narrow, say 1 day of your life is the equivalent of 7 or a week of your dog's. And I was like, oh shit, like, oh my God, like, all the time that I'm traveling and stuff, I really care about my dogs. So that's why I say, like, Woody, you know, having kids and everything, like, I can only imagine when you start looking at things that you frivolously like spend your time on. For me, like, yeah, and again, I'm big on quotes, but one of the quotes that I have in the book was like, time is the only currency that you spend that you never know what your remaining balance is. Spend it wisely. And I started thinking about these things. And for me, I was like, okay, what do I value? What do I really care about in life? Scrolling on Instagram, and I was doing insight, like looking at my analytics on my phone and how many pickups I had in a day, how much time I was spending on the platforms. Am I really posting? No, I'm not fucking posting content. I'm consuming, I'm scrolling. And it's like, well, it's robbing me of time with the things that I care about. And I was like, okay, I need to actively figure out things that I can do in my life that are reinforcing the things that I do care about. And I was like, okay, well, fuck it. I want my family to be healthy. What's something that I could come up with that allows us to get together, you know, compete or something like that, set a common goal that we collectively move towards something, and it gives us an excuse to hang out a couple times a week or whatever it is, a meal and so that's how I got on the whole race thing. And the more I started thinking about it, I was like, oh, a mud run would be fun, because selfishly I want to do a mud run. But then I started thinking about my 75-year-old mom and everybody else who might not be as in good shape. I was like, let's do a 5K, walk it, you know, asphalt, whatever you want to do, just let's have a good time. It'll be on Thanksgiving Day and everything else. So that's kind of how I got to the family fitness challenge thing, is that I want to prioritize things that I care about in life, or that I value a little bit more than those things that are just kind of wasting away.
Yeah.
Do you think your brother-in-law thinks he's going to beat you?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
My brother-in-law might give me a run for my money, but that's delusional. Right? I'm paraphrasing, and I'm like, oh, I wonder what his perspective is on this.
Oh no, I would have a heart attack before I lost that. I would no shit.
Maybe he's saying the same.
But I'm 6'3", man. I'll pull 5-minute miles. I don't care. Like I will.
He runs every day.
Without a bike.
Yeah. No.
Yeah. Dude, I do 5-minute miles.
To be clear, I've never ran a 5-minute mile in my life.
5-minute miles slow for me, but I typically don't do it on foot.
Yeah. I mean, I've run a lot of them, and scientifically, no one here can disprove that. And let me tell you, it's not that hard. What you got to do is you got to want it.
What's in your hand, Taylor?
Oh, that's a nicotine addiction. It's an important part of being a runner. You know, you got to play through the pain. Yeah, right. You always have such wholesome goals and projects. I love that about you and what you do, where it's like, oh, I'm going to start a project where it's about getting my whole family healthy and we all spend time together. Like, that's great.
I'm going to try to get unlovable dogs more love.
Yeah. I'm going to have.
Oh, I was going to ask you, the dogs that you got there, do they have any sort of cool history, or are those just regular old dogs? Like did those dogs go to Iraq and get blown up or anything crazy? You're always doing some sort of hero dog stuff.
Well, they do have cool stories. The Mal, no, he's kind of he's from the Netherlands. He did his first 3 years there. In his
a true
training.
Belgian Mal.
Yes.
Yeah.
So he does. He borks.
He definitely speaks Dutch. Oswald. Here. Come here. Show everybody your teeth. Come here, crack.
Pocken.
Yeah.
Is that the attack word? Hocken. Really? Pocken.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Is that German, I guess?
Yeah.
So this is Oswald.
Hey, Oswald.
Yeah. So we found him in Bernie. And so he's missing like 16 teeth. This dude was a little chupacabra. he was all right.
I ain't got no
I'm just gonna
goddamn
want to lay
teeth.
down.
Can you get him metal teeth like Kanye?
Yeah. Well,
Do
so
it.
he's missing. He's like, I had to have 17 teeth extracted. He was hit by a car, so his hip was out of socket. And so it had calcified to the point where they couldn't put it back in socket. So we had to FHO or cut the top of his femur off. Dual anal-sectomy, dual cataracts. Like, this dog was like, they wanted to euthanize him. None of the rescues would take him just because there was so much work that needed to be done.
Jesus.
My God.
Yeah.
What's an anal sexamy?
And
we don't want to know.
It's taking the scent glands out of his butt.
Oh, okay.
Because they were oblong shaped and they wouldn't express right. So like he was constantly like squirting that.
Oh, don't like that.
Oh,
Is that
Yeah.
That's not lovable at all.
He had mange.
Jesus
know,
Christ.
poor fella.
People at work called him chupacabra butt or armadillo butt. He was pretty rough shape.
Is he healthy now?
Oh yeah, he loves life, man.
It's a good thing. We had a dog with mange, bad mange. Like, I know mange could be about lethal, and he was super, super bad. And this is the day we got him. We didn't put him in that state. So, like, it was expensive to help him get better. I want to say $2,500, like repeated baths, trips to the vet, etc. But then for the rest of his life, like special food storage requirements, everything would set this dog's mange off. And he ended up getting old, and the mange came back, and his immune system like couldn't deal with it. He was just kind of sick for his whole life.
Is mange is that a disease or is it like a bug?
Some sort of dermatitis or something, right?
I don't know. Is it a
Richard,
mite?
do you
Is it
know
a
more than
bacteria?
me?
I don't.
I want to say it's a mite of some sort.
Oh.
That varies in the
Dog
skin.
parasite.
It's a skin disease.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Does a mite
That's
mean
what
it's
I
not
thought
a
it
skin
was.
disease? I don't know.
No, a mite
yeah.
means-
No, a
Parasite.
mite is like I think a chigger is a mite, right? Something that's like
Yeah, red
berries
bug.
in your skin.
It's a bug.
And it's a bug, which is not a
Mites that
crab.
burrow into the skin. That's
They're
what it
crabs.
is.
They're bugs.
Yeah.
They're not crabs.
There's 3 kinds of mange, and our dog had all 3.
Damn.
Can we
Oh,
get
wow.
that? Like, if you're around a mangy dog, can mange get on you?
I mean, in theory, humans are not immune to mange, but you're way too healthy to get it. We didn't get
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So we can only thrive on like a sick animal.
it. Someone who's susceptible to it. Like, this dog may have had an autoimmune type thing. He was allergic to grass.
What the fuck?
Jesus.
Right?
That sucks. A dog allergic to grass?
Right? Now, I mean, he went in the grass. He just sort of suffered from it now. And like, it was really hard to keep him in good shape.
Well, of course he doesn't know he's allergic to grass.
Right?
Well, of course he doesn't know he is. Yeah.
Yeah. That dog was kind of a mistake.
Fuck.
The
Yeah.
dog's kind of a mistake.
Yeah. I mean, it was a free dog, most expensive dog I've ever had by far. And like, now we have like this purebred who's just been so healthy and lovable and just in every way, like physically and emotionally, the best dog I've ever had or seen. So it makes me want.
Oswald.
It makes me think that's a good track. Sorry,
I got a whole mess
Oswald
of dogs.
took on a coyote yesterday.
Nice.
the toothless one.
Yeah, like I don't
How'd
know
that
what the
go?
fuck- Like, well, so
Oh.
you can see the
You got to
deer.
run. Yeah,
So
yeah.
that's it.
Here's the
a
deer running.
And so that's the
There's a
coyote
little
chasing
coyote.
the deer.
Uh-huh.
And then wait for it. See the coyote, and then there goes Toothless.
Oh, there goes Lee Harvey himself.
Oh, there.
You better get out of here.
Yeah.
So the coyote bit him.
Oh no.
Oh, so did you have to give him a shot?
No, it didn't break the skin, but he fucked around and found out. That's for sure. Like, missing 17 teeth, and then he thinks he's going to take on a coyote. But that's one of those things where I really have to, like, I'm reluctant to kill animals on the property just because, like, I don't know if you guys have read Coyote America or not. Can't recommend it enough. It's a fascinating book. But like just talking about how the logic around coyote control, and like how it's exacerbated the problem by trying to kill them,
Really?
because they're different than wolves. You know, it was really effective to use like strychnine baiting, like you kill an animal and then poison the animal, the pack would come in and feed and they would die. Well, coyotes and their local groups will do a census, and they'll do a roll call, and if the you know, the numbers are off, the bitches go into heat and they're bred. And so if you kill like the dominant male in the local group, then all the other males vie for dominance, and they become more aggressive towards domesticated animals and all these other different factors. And it's like, which has led them to be, you know, well, in every single state in the U.S., to include like, you know, New York City and stuff. Los Angeles, I'd see them running around and everything. But
we hunted them, and I'm not exaggerating, we killed them all. There were no like for miles in every direction of our house, we killed them all. You could drive around and turn that locator call on and not hear a peep. Like there was nothing left to call back.
I hear them at night all the time.
Yeah,
chittering and screaming out there.
Typically, I don't like kill things like, because even the snakes, I don't have a whole lot of venomous snakes, and with the exception of coral snakes, like I let the rat snakes and the, you know, coach whips and the king snakes kind of take care of business and do their thing, eat the rats and
Which
whatnot.
State
Even
are
though
you in now?
Texas, but I'm not a big fan of snakes, and by no stretch of the imagination. But this is, you know, Ding Dong here challenged, you know, a coyote. And so whenever the breeding pair, the dominant pair comes through, am I going to run the risk of them, you know, trying to bait him into, you know, group attack him or something? So I'm probably going to kill that coyote. But whatever.
You ever hunted them? Have you ever hunted them
your
before?
own pack?
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
What you need is a couple more Malamars with teeth.
Malamars?
The coyotes
They're delicious.
They're chocolate dogs. No,
you need a nice marshmallow chocolate
up,
treat.
That's
I might be honest on that. I don't think chocolate is good for coyotes.
That's true. Give them a couple Malamars.
We hunted coyotes and crows. Those were the big ones.
Me too. Yeah. That's exactly what we hunted coyotes. And
is it a Belgian Malamar?
There's tons of pecan orchards down here, so we would hunt those for crows. But with coyotes, we would go out, you know, right as the sun's setting, and we knew all the farmers within miles and miles, and had, you know, they knew it was us if somebody's on their property. So we had access to thousands of acres of soybean and corn and wheat or whatever the seasonal crop was. And we'd go out there and play that locator call, and it's for those who don't know, it's a
Wounded
howling
rabbit
coyote. We'd start with the locator one to find them, you know, and it's a howling coyote, and turn it up loud, make it howl, turn it off, and listen. And like, oh, okay, a couple miles that way, and you'd get in the truck and drive a couple miles that way, and then, like you said, that wounded rabbit, which sounds horrific if you've never heard.
It's like a baby. It's like a baby.
Yeah. I often wonder, like, what was Johnny Stewart doing to that rabbit when he recorded that one? I think that's the name of the calls, right? The Johnny Stewart. It's like the big one caller company, and he has this big. I have the whole booklet of cassette tapes, and it's all the crow tapes and all the coyote predator tapes and stuff. But anyway, you play that wounded rabbit call, and you're shining a small flashlight the whole time at the perimeter of the trees. And
red light.
You could use a red light. I just used a weak flashlight. But as soon as we'd find them with that, I'd hit them with 1,000,000 candle power, and then just the other guy would zap them. You know, just shoot them right between their glowing eyes, and just take turns lighting gun. And all night, me and my dad would kill them like 20 a night, stuff like that. Like,
wow,
we'd wipe them out.
Yeah,
wow,
a real Khmer Rouge of coyotes going down.
Because what they would do in our case is when a cow was birthing. Like during that brief window when the calf can't defend itself and there's afterbirth on the ground and the cow's kind of fucked up too, they would sometimes disembowel a cow that couldn't defend herself, or they would kill the calf in one way or another. They'd usually exhaust it to death, and it seems like they always go for its butthole and try to disembowel it.
That's how predators often start eating.
It's pretty awful.
Animal is near the asshole, because I guess it's a good inroad. But before we get any further, into eating animals through their assholes, we're going to hear from a wonderful, wonderful sponsor, and that's Blue Chew.
All right.
Blue Chew, folks. Let's talk about sex. Guys, shouldn't you always be at your best? 2024 is the year to maximize your performance in the bedroom. Almost 2025. Listen up, BlueChew.com. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part, it's all done online, so no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversation, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. Blue Chew wants to help you have better sex. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. Chew it and do it. We got a special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew for free when you use promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. That is BlueChew.com, promo code PKA to receive your first month free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And big thanks for sponsoring the show to Blue Chew. Again, that is BlueChew.com, promo code PKA to get your first month free. Just pay the $5 in shipping. BlueChew.com, BlueChew.com, PKA at checkout. Get yourself a nice hard penis. You're going to love that. Your girlfriend's going to love that. Your boyfriend's going to love it too. Not two, like addition, not that you have both, but it's good for all.
Maybe both.
Maybe both. We don't care. Maybe
you're a real and your boyfriend.
Maybe you're using it just to Burt off, and that's totally fine. Get yourself a nice hard Burt and spurt session going, just like your favorite bisexual schizophrenic from Fishtank. So check that out. BlueChew.com. Chew it and do it. Tadalafil is Kyle's official recommendation.
9 milligrams.
Woody and I co-stamp that, having never tried any other ones, but there's no reason to switch off because we already found the winning ticket. This episode's also brought to you by Lock and Load. New formula, folks, and it's in stock. So go ahead and get yourself some Lock and Load. The holiday season is coming up. Can you think of a better gift to baffle your grandmother or grandfather on Thanksgiving, no less?
Especially your grandmother. Here you go, grandma.
Here you go, grandfather. I want to make sure that you and grandma are still having a good relationship. So load up.
Oh, he's going to glaze me like a donut.
Oh, I'm going to be so glad. It'll make me feel like it's 1941 and he's just getting off that ship again. 41. Right. I guess he left the war early.
He was a coward.
He was injured.
He's a bit of a deserter, but man, he comes like a horse.
I met your father after he fought for the Nazis in Argentina.
Yeah, exactly.
So anyway, code PKA or code Jizz. Get 10% off anything over at Derek's site. But prioritize the cum pills, people. Buy the fucking cum pills. High quality stuff. They're gel caps now.
That's
only
the
$6 a day.
Yeah.
Gorilla Minds. Yeah, we're partnered with Derek.
Oh shit! I'll just put that on my monthly subscription, right?
Like there you go.
That, yeah.
And use code PKA to save 10% on everything.
It's effective.
It's hilariously effective. You're gonna be, you're gonna Burt and you're gonna spurt, and you're gonna feel.
You're gonna notice the difference. It's not a joke.
And of course, our merch link is below. Hoodies, shirts. Stickers.
I think we say it takes 4 weeks to get the full effect, but you get some of it in 2. Like you will see. Yeah.
Woody's right. Like stay hydrated. You're going to notice something in 2, but you will not get the full effect until like you won't reach your apex until about week 4. So stay on.
We're working on an accompanying product currently.
Yes. That one we need to put our noses to the grindstone.
It's been there. I sent you a link. Y'all were supposed to be grinding with me. I see now that I've been grinding all alone.
I've been if I say
I've put my nose to the belly button doing my part.
To random men at the subway. Bro. Well, I needed a baseline, so I started with for the worst.
We're working on a new product to enhance the flavor of the semen.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's all I think that's all I want to say now.
That's all we're going to say for now.
We're going to add some flavonoids to your load. It's going to be delicious. You're going to be able to maybe choose between flavors.
Bromelain is a fickle beast, and we need to figure out the right way to harness it.
Is it boosting your count, or is it like just the seminal fluid, or what is
this?
This
is only for making your loads bigger. It doesn't make you more fertile, but it will make the actual coming. So if it took you, 5 seconds for all the cum to come out before, You're going to get more seconds of coming now, so it's going to be a better orgasm.
Longer orgasm.
Ropes and ropes.
When's the
and
best
the
part of coming?
pearlescence? Like, it's not just the amount; it's also the propulsion and the texture
Velocity.
and the color. It's
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna. Woody, if we're gonna have a little marketing,
I put a chronograph on my cock.
Woody, let's not use the word texture anymore.
Listen, we'll break out the slow-mo
the
camera.
Texture of the gum. You're gonna have to chew it.
Come to Austin. I have like a cinema robot. Like, we'll fucking break out the slow-mo camera and just get like the camera move around you as you're burning off.
I can pop balloons.
Well, yeah.
Done. I'm legit gonna shoot a commercial for you guys.
I'm in my 50s. I could move a balloon.
You know, a good word. It improves the mouth feel.
Mouthfeel.
Yeah, it's got good mouth feel once you're all pearled up, all pearlescent stuff.
It's dope.
So check it out. Get a big strong load, and also buy shirts and stuff with code PKA10 with that link below as well.
Tons
stickers, mugs,
the stickiest stickers you've ever seen.
So sticky. You stick that
when
on
you
something.
Put them on things, they stick to them.
They use the wrong glue. They're far too sticky. We keep getting complaints.
Is that true?
No, they're fine. They're fine. Don't worry. Get them. Buy the stickers.
How could it be
you
bad?
want them to be sticky? They're stickers. I mean, come on.
It's not even a legal glue.
Don't put a sticker on something if you want to take it off, including a child. Apparently, just don't do it.
That reminds me of it was the Wicked Witch in Wizard of Oz that got permanent skin, or maybe not permanent, but super long term skin discoloration because they used like some weird oil based dye,
maybe lead based, like
or they used a dye instead of a paint, and so they literally dyed her. Yeah, that Wicked Witch lady, she got all fucked up from all that green dye. Like it turned her green.
Yeah, you know, she was. I think this is true. It might be an urban legend. She did an episode of Sesame Street back in the day, and I think they might have taken it down because she was too scary for the kids.
Oh, maybe that's still green.
Maybe she was on there just to show that she wasn't scary or something like that, but she wasn't still green by that time.
Oh,
the Wizard, because this is like color TV. This is the 80s. But I remember the scene where they're in the poppy field and the snow starts falling. That's all asbestos. That's all asbestos. Seriously, it's all asbestos. They had Dorothy, the actress, on pep pills. And I think they were wrapping her breasts and trying to make her skinnier and more girlish. And so they had her on amphetamines, and she was addicted to those for life.
So I have a thing. I looked it up. Her face stayed green for weeks because of copper-based ingredients, and it was toxic. So she had to survive on a liquid diet so that she didn't accidentally eat the dye on her face.
Oh, man, Hollywood's moral now.
Yeah.
yes.
Who is that? Didn't some I feel like Kyle, you told me this, or you showed me this. There's a clip of some movie from a few decades ago where a helicopter falls out of the sky and like chops
Twilight Zone movie. It's a Twilight Zone movie.
Some guy and some little kid up.
Couple of kids got chopped up. Yeah, they were doing nighttime filming with a low hovering helicopter, and the shot is a man with two small children, and they're sort of running, and I think they might be in like shin deep water, and the chopper goes down and it chops them all up. Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah. Brutal. And it probably wasn't even a good movie.
That was a good movie. I like those. I love horror anthology. It's one of my favorite genres, even the bad ones.
Anthology is a difficult horror thing because you have to know you're in it for the long haul. Like
you get a bookend, you get the opening act and the bookend that tie everything together, and you get 3 or 4 ghoulish tales in the middle. You know, some guy wants to like be extra muscular, so he takes the fucking drugs, but they also make him like, I don't know, like his bones dissolve, or they make him gay or something. It's always something like that, like a devil's deal.
But like a thinner.
That's what Burt did. He made a deal with the devil that made him the most sexual, gayest man to ever live. And now what's he doing? Building a fan base on the line. You're literally like, you can, if you have an account, you can endorse what contestant you think is best, and most people watching aren't even like taking the time to go on the contestants page and do it because they have little bios and stuff. Burt is fucking pentupled up everyone.
Is there a hot chick?
The
one
it's difficult to see.
Poking at
is the way it like she looks pretty, And then none of them look ugly, but like it's one of those things where you're watching from so far away. What happens every season for me, because they make a full series of it afterward, like cut into like normal episodes for people who'd rather watch it that way, like a traditional TV show. And so you'll like watch the video and be like, oh, that looks like a pretty cute girl, because you're seeing it from that like, you know, voyeur angle where like you don't really see everything. And then you see the first like HD video and you're like, oh, that person is not the construction I had built of what they are in my mind. And
you know who I do that with? YouTubers who play video games. Like I see them play games. They are the most athletic superhero you've ever seen. They could be medieval swordsmen or like first person shooters, whatever it is. I associate the person playing the game with the character in the game. And then I finally get the reveal. And if they're not actively Navy SEALs at the time that they're recording, I'm so disappointed. I'm like, what? You're fat and your hair is long? Like, what is going on?
I've been fooled. I can't take anything you said or ever said seriously.
Oh, looks like this? Trump's got his new attorney general. Look, the man's just working these 24-hour days. He never sleeps. I hear he never sleeps.
What are these Bible stories? Are these Bible verses from Richard?
Yeah, that's for you, Taylor.
He picked another pretty blonde for something. I like when he does that. I really like when he picks pretty blonde women to do things for him.
So she's a loyalist. She was an attorney general in Florida. She's been chanting "lock her up," which is like a little scary if you're like a blue guy. But at least she's an actual attorney.
Oh, Matt Gaetz was through.
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't know that? Yeah, Gaetz is out. Yeah, he didn't. Dude, his pedophile problems have just gotten so much attention that
pedophile. Isn't that what it is?
He was a more successful version of Dr. Disrespect. He actually
carefully, you're gonna have to give the View style legal.
No, even pedophile is too young.
Isn't Taylor's boy in the running for it, and Drew Bailey? Or is it
Taylor? You have a boy?
Who's my boy?
He's the Missouri AG, right?
Oh, I think he's locked into this blonde.
I didn't even know he was my boy. I didn't know who that was.
That's your boy. Like,
he's from Missouri. I gotta support him.
That's the chief law enforcement officer in your state.
He's
the man.
She also tried a bunch of cases. I'm sure she lost them all about like the election being fixed in 2020. She was one of the attorneys in there. So she's a Trump team guy. I guess winner gets to pick his team. So
he needs a super loyalist at attorney general if he wants to really make some moves. You know what I mean? Like he needs somebody who's going to make all his woes go away and add some woes to whoever he wants, whoever needs it for the next.
That looks like where he's going. Yeah.
Get a little, a little
at least
comeback for all these people coming after.
Trump's going to be quite old at the end of his term. I would imagine he'd want to ride off into the sunset and enjoy his retirement. You would think. So I think the idea that people think he's going to try to stay longer than 4 years is absurd. I just think
I've never been 82, but both Trump and Biden didn't seem to realize they're at the end of their lives. So
I wonder how he feels. You know what I mean? Like I don't care about what a doctor says. Like I wonder how he feels physically and like health wise. Does he feel like energetic? Does he still? I wonder what his nap schedule is like too. They make it seem like he legitimately works very long days continuously without end. But I wonder
he's on the weight loss train now.
Is he?
RFID is at least saving one guy from being obese. Or you know how Trump's one of those guys.
I bet it's Ozempic.
Oscillates wildly. Yeah, it could be Ozempic, but he's also like
RFK's got him on the.
He's noticeably thinner now. Like especially that walk on the UFC thing. He's look at him from 3.5 years ago, 4 years ago. Especially when he was just leaving the presidency, significantly fatter than he is now. And so that's good news.
Yeah, I would think the presidency could lend itself to fitness. What doesn't, in my opinion, is the travel schedule of campaigning. I know whenever I'm on the road, my diet is at its worst. You know, I'm eating Wendy's and pounding Monster Energy drinks or something like that to stay awake during the drive. But when I'm at home, I can be the best version of me. I'm just projecting that onto Trump. We'll see.
We'll see what happens.
Homes at the White House.
You mentioned the food, and it reminded me the Harris campaign spent $24,000 on ice cream and food deliveries in October. to see the way they burned through that $1 billion is fun now, because now the Democrats themselves are like, Republicans don't care how they spent their money. The Democrats are like, how did we spend that $1 billion? And they're going through it and they're seeing like, oh, well, we were extravagant, weren't we? Because
Harry Sisson doesn't come cheap.
No, that guy gets his money, and then you need that special Call Her Daddy set. You know, these things.
700,000 views. 700,000 views for that.
700,000. That's it.
Yeah.
How much was it?
100,000 just to build the set, and then because they recreated that podcast girl's set, and then did it at Kamala's home turf somewhere. I don't know where, obviously, but instead of flying her and just doing it, so they spent $100,000 to recreate a podcaster's set, which it was just like 2 chairs that face each other and a wall. Like there's nothing extravagant about the set.
You could have green screened the whole thing in.
You could have green screened it, and it would have been perfect for hundreds of dollars. And they spent 100,000. And Woody says that the Beyonce getting paid 10 mil is BS, but Zach says the only evidence that it's BS is Beyonce's mom saying that she didn't get paid, which isn't a great source. So I'm wondering, maybe there's more sources.
My brother's cousin.
Yeah, it's like, tell me, I don't care what somebody's wife or their lawyer has to say about them. You're probably not getting an accurate portrayal of events. But I know Oprah, it turned out it was like 2.5 million, and that's nonsense because she's a billionaire with a B.
Yeah.
She should be donating.
The Harris campaign didn't deny paying Beyonce money.
Well, how much though? Because the 10 mil figure was like substantial.
I'm Googling. I'm getting 0 on my thing. She didn't pay her at all. And that was from a woman whose name I didn't know. Do you know who Tina Knowles is?
That's her mom, right?
Oh, is it?
That Beyonce Knowles.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Beyonce's mother.
So now we're back to her mom again.
If I could get my grandma on this call, she'd tell you what a great guy I am. I promise you. You have no idea how attractive she thinks I am.
Your source
thinks I rules. Fuck.
The proof that she was paid is just Candace Owens putting it on Instagram. Like, there's no proof that she was paid either.
Oh, I stand with Candace.
Of course.
Oh, I mean, she definitely. If she was,
we all get to choose our own news nowadays.
Candace is cute though. I'm kind of into Candace.
I mean, if you paid Oprah, you're not getting fucking Beyonce for free.
Yeah, I really like those conservative talking head women who look like super uptight and mean. For some reason I'm attracted to that. I'm also attracted to the left women who look super uptight and mean though too, because I love AOC. Big fan of AOC. She's my number 1 girl. Tulsi's number 2. And she is moving up in the world.
She's your number 2 in politics? You think that Tulsi is more hot than who's the
Kaylee?
Bobert?
Oh.
Who?
We're talking about the elected one. Bobert? The one
Lauren Bobert?
I would definitely go AOC.
Lauren Bobert looks stupid,
Bobert, then Gabbard, then I guess that's all the ones I can think of.
Nah, who's that mayor that they were going to kidnap in Minnesota or something? Remember that? Not mayor, governor Newsom or something. What was her name?
Gretchen Whitmore, right?
She's pretty attractive, right?
No.
I like Taylor's ranking a lot.
Kaylee, I'm all about it. She's
who's Kaylee?
Best White House press secretary of all time.
Very cute girl.
Oh, okay. Well, she's prettier.
She was a boss.
She's not a politician.
We're here self-selecting for only the
but I want someone who's
governors, Congress people,
win an election. Don't just get appointed by Trump because you're smoke show.
AOC and Bobert absolutely tippity top
smoke show.
Of that.
Nothing. There's never been a press secretary that held a candle to her. She came bringing the heat every single day. She was the best.
Kaylee McEnany, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't remember which one it was.
But
have you listened to any of her briefings, Taylor?
Of course.
I'm sure.
No, I don't really listen to those. I believe you. I'm just saying he didn't win an election, and for that reason and that reason alone, I have to disqualify your choice. I'm not happy about it.
Disqualify.
I'm not happy about it with these rules I'm making up as we go on. Yeah. No, I mean, I think that Gabbard is getting carried a lot by the fact that she's like really fit.
Mm-hmm.
Like she's clearly like if She's not someone in Congress that would be embarrassed to put a swimsuit on because she clearly works out all the time.
There's a surfing video of her from like 2 years ago.
Yeah, and
That's
so like
2 years old?
that helps.
Maybe 3.
Okay, in my head I had it as over 10, but I'm not.
Well, she
sure.
surfs all the time, I guess. She's from Hawaii.
Isn't she in her 40s?
She's one of those people who pronounce Hawaii correctly because she's from there.
Yeah, she's 43.
Yeah. But I mean, you're kind of glossing over some like really fucking awesome things about Tulsi, though. Like, one, she absolutely ended Kamala's like any shot that she had as in 2020.
She didn't make it to Iowa.
And then on top of that, she also roasted the shit out of Hillary Clinton, like about her record and everything else. Like she say what you want about her outside of it, like politics and everything. I mean, at least she's like, she's well informed when she brings herself to a debate.
I don't know a ton about her. I just know that she consistently is more anti-interventionist than the people who would be the alternative. And so I like that. Like, I don't care about Russia at all. And I don't care about Ukraine. I know you don't. I don't want us there. And if she's in favor of that, boom.
Those brave Ukrainians would be over here fighting tooth and nail if the Canadians were trying to take Missouri from you. I promise you, there'd be Canadian men, women, dogs. They'd be lined up in southern Missouri, down around the Ozarks. They'd be down there. All right, they'd be forming a mass, a meat shield of men to help you. To help you, the Ukrainians would be there getting your back.
We don't need help against Canada.
Oh, you don't know. They send their special forces. They
Canada special forces.
It'd be a white dawn. White dawn. They parachute in. They infiltrate. They take out communication towers. Next thing you know, we're conquered by Canada. They just moved the border down south. No. I don't even know what state is above you. What state's above you? Is it?
I mean, we got a mix. We got Illinois. We got Iowa. We got
but that's kind of over there.
We got
what's
Iowa,
between you and Canada? I can't visualize it.
Minnesota, Iowa, Illinois. We touch all.
Missouri borders like 7 states. That's like most of the states, according to my math.
It is.
It's pretty ridiculous.
It's a wonderful world. I could be in Kansas in 4 hours.
Dare to dream.
Wow.
Have you guys driven? Kyle's probably driven through Kansas. It's the same as Oklahoma, and it's long.
It's like Kansas has like a beauty to it that's understated for the first part of Kansas, where you're like, these fields are so like, because people think the whole Midwest is flat. Like Missouri is actually very hilly. Illinois is very hilly. It's really Kansas that gets wildly flat. And Oklahoma, it's really Oklahoma as well. Like Utah. It's really pretty the first while you look at it, but then it's just the same thing.
Utah's not flat.
Yeah, Utah's the least flat.
I guess it's a mountainous region.
But yeah, I Taylor, I couldn't agree more, man. Like I see Kansas, Oklahoma, and I'm like, wow, this is a beauty, right? And I've said it so many times, it's old by now, but to stand and look in every direction and the tallest thing in sight is me, I've never experienced that before. That's crazy.
Yeah.
But then that just keeps going for hundreds of miles, and you're like, yeah, you're pretty, but there's only one thing here. It's all the same.
Yeah. It gets to the point where you're like, wow, a tree.
Yeah, right.
And it's like, and when you do see a tree, it's like one tree in the middle of a field. That's so pretty. Oh, it's gone. All right, maybe in another 200 miles we'll see another.
I never minded that. In Idaho can be like that in places too, where it's just so desolate. It's one of those places where the gas stations warn you, like, hey, 180 miles to the next gasoline.
Wyoming's what you're thinking of. Yeah.
Idaho. I was driving from from Oregon through to Idaho to Boise to get to the airport, and it was just desolate. It was farmland, but there were no houses. There was no like people there. There was one or two radio stations. There was this road that was so long and flat you could see for so far that I got on the hood of the truck and like let them drive with me out there. And
in Idaho,
yeah, just so long and flat. The United States is gigantic. I've never been to Alaska.
I was in Idaho in like July, and the sun went down at like 10 p.m. I was like, what the fuck? That happens in the lower 48? Okay. And it like Kyle said, it goes on forever and forever. But Idaho was not my jam. We had a hard time getting a place to stay. I couldn't believe that there was farmland and bad traffic. I'm like, you're not supposed to have both. Like, what is that all about? And I was happy to get out and get into. I think I went to Montana next. Is that border Idaho?
Yep. Yeah, Montana, Wyoming.
I don't know. I was tired of driving, so I flew fucking home.
Utah.
Idaho.
Idaho's a beautiful state. I really like it.
Taylor likes it more than me.
Yeah,
that's cool.
But I lived there for a couple of years, and it was very, very nice. And you're right, Boise. The thing with Boise is like, it is way too small of a town to have traffic. It's like when they were planning it, they're like, all right, 2 lanes everywhere. It's like, okay, well, what if it grows? And they're like 2 lanes everywhere. It's like, fuck.
You could be in like Boise, and you're maybe not the very peak of Boise, because that has like real hotels and stuff, but like, Boise, I'm not talking about some suburbs, and be like, do any of these buildings crack 2 stories? Like any of them? There's 2 stories everywhere. I can't believe this city's like nationally known. Camden or like Vineland, New Jersey is a more notable city than Boise, and no one knows Vineland, New Jersey.
Oh yeah. It's just because they're the biggest city in Idaho. And I feel like maybe this is using my own memory and misattributing it, but do you remember when Boise State had that crazy like football season in like 2007 or 2008 where they way overperformed and won some big bowl game? Like, I think a lot of people learned what Boise was from the orange turf Boise State Broncos like going on a tear. Because I certainly had I don't think I'd ever considered Idaho as a place to be outside of it being the place where Napoleon Dynamite was set. That was the only thing I knew about Idaho was Napoleon. And when I lived there, it turns out like that's their cultural thing where you'll be like, what do you guys do in Idaho? And they're like, like tons of outdoors stuff, like fishing, hunting. Have you seen Napoleon Dynamite? Like, yeah. I'm like, that's here. Yeah, not a lot of movies here, though.
I hated Boise so much. I started to dislike all the people of Boise. I'm like, look at you walking around like you're my equal.
Look at you walking around in your beautiful, clean, no crime city with an affordable cost of living. You morons. Don't you know crime's happening all over the country? And they're like, not here, champ.
I'm going through like news articles and stuff, seeing what's going on in the world currently.
Okay.
Biden's hosting the Celtics. I don't know why, but
they won the championship last year. That's probably why.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. It says Biden appears to forget name of Celtics and reveals Secret Service code name during team's White House visit.
What's the Secret Service code name? Do they tell us?
Oh, actually, I should read further. That's interesting. I'll try to get back to you in a minute.
Yeah,
Celtic. It is Celtic. Oh my God, his code name is Celtic.
I didn't expect that.
I can't remember what
like
Trump's was.
Eagle One or something like.
I think Trump's might be Eagle or something like that. Like I think, I think once you, I think maybe like he's got it, and now Biden can't have it back. Like I think he's the Eagle. I can't remember what I remember. They saying his code name during the whole shooting. Like it came up. Like maybe you heard someone say it. Like Eagle is safe or something like that, or something like that. Man, it seems like that was forever ago when he got shot. That's so wild.
Yeah,
and I still don't know if he really got shot by the bullet. I'm not one of those people who wants it to be one way or the other. But there's just reality, like whatever reality is. But the whole thing is that one shot when you can see the bullet in air, though, is the money shot to me. That's the golden shot.
Amazing shot, but that bullet didn't look lined up to hit his ear. Like I always thought that was maybe not the one that hit him, or something. Yeah.
It was a different bullet. Yeah, it wasn't the one that hit him in the ear, or even when his head was turned. It was one of the secondary or third area, one of the late shots. Yeah. But him catching that that thing in midair is wild.
Yeah. I'm not calling it Photoshop, but the first time I saw it, it was like an hour after the shooting, and I was like, trust but verify, but it turned out to be true.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing like the whole inauguration process, the certification of the election when that happens on what I presume will be January 6th again. Maybe that's the day we do it every time. And it's a little awkward, that Kamala has to be the one to do it, right? She's the vice president. Isn't that the person who certifies the election?
So far, the Biden administration has handled this transition and loss really professionally. I expect more of the same. Well, of course. It didn't happen 4 years ago.
Well, Of course, the Biden administration has handled it as such.
Yeah.
You know,
So I bet it's a non-event.
Yeah. I don't think she's going to do anything. I think she's going to be like, this is bullshit, but I'll do it, I guess. She's not going to do that. She's going to be professional as fuck. What was going to happen if she won, though? Who was going to take her? Was she going to certify herself?
Yes, that is how it would
think.
Work,
right? That's my guess.
In that case, she would have made a little cutesy remark. She'd be like, you know what? I think I'll certify myself. Sure. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, let's do it.
She might have.
I don't know.
Ultimate Shyamalan twist. No. I'm really not qualified for this, folks. Shuts it down.
I saw that some polling, like who Democrats want in the 2028. You want to take some guesses about who's number one?
You know what?
I have a guess.
Actually,
number one is way ahead. I'll say that.
Is there? It's going to be Harris at the top because it's recency bias. But can you imagine a more useless poll?
Okay. The answer to that, no, not very useful. I hear you. But to Kyle's thing, I bet the Democrats want Jon Stewart.
Hold on. Can I give a list of what I think?
Yeah.
Harris at the top by a huge margin. There's no way it's not. And then Gavin Newsom, and then Bernie Sanders, and then, or no, it depends who's voting in this poll. No, but this is what people want. It's like what they're
old now.
Top two, if it's not Harris, Newsom, I will be bamboozled. I'll be shocked. Maybe number like 3 would be Gretchen Whitmer. Number 4 would be
Shapiro's high. Buttigieg.
Shapiro. Number 5 would be Buttigieg. Tell me how close I got.
You're pretty close. Harris is way ahead of everybody. Everybody else is down in the 6s and the 4 percentile, and then down from there. Buttigieg was like 5th or 4th. He had like 5%, 4%, 6% chance. Like one.
Wait, can you read them?
I don't have it like offhand, and I can't find the graph that. But the whole point is like Harris is like 45%, and everybody else is 5 or 6%. Like
that's surprising to me. So, I'm not denying it. I'm just saying, usually when someone loses an election, they get dogged on. They act like they're the biggest loser ever. You know, Al Gore, Dukakis, Mondale, I don't know, John Kerry. Like the people that come in second place in the presidential election, Trump. They act like they're total losers. Even Trump was very unpopular at first, you know, like shortly after his loss. And it seemed like the party wanted to move on. It helped me lose some money on that bet. But so, yeah, but I guess with Kamala, they're not holding a grudge. I don't know.
Okay, it was
no consequences for her.
Harris, Newsom, Shapiro, Walls, Buttigieg.
Yeah, that's what I remember. I remember Buttigieg being behind Walls and being like, "Damn, poor Buttigieg."
I'm the only guy who sees the magic in him. It seems, but
they don't want Walls. They want Buttigieg.
You know why they don't want Buttigieg?
Shapiro.
They can tell he's the bottom.
They can tell he's the bottom.
I don't think that's true.
If I'm going to vote for a
Have
gay
you seen
guy,
his husband?
He's going to be a top. Would you vote for a bottom? Disgusting.
I did.
If I'm going to vote for a gay man, he's going to be a proud, dominant top.
I saw a picture and it said, "This is what Republicans call a mandate," and it was the picture of the electoral college map, and it was like, "This is what the Democrats call a mandate," and it was Buttigieg and his husband in a rope swing.
Oh yeah, just having a mandate. I like that.
Little homophobia.
I see.
Just a little silliness. Just having a little fun online.
That's all. That's all. Just having fun.
Dude, if they're smart, they're gonna run Shapiro.
I don't know who they should
I've changed my mind on Newsom. I just don't think that. I think it would be such a layup because so much of the country hates California and their regulations and rules and nonsense that it might be alienating to pull someone directly from there. But a Pennsylvania guy who seems to be largely, I saw his popularity ratings. He's not like really popular in Pennsylvania, but he's not unpopular. And there's 4 years to change it. And so like Shapiro seems like if they're trying to win, like a basic bitch neoliberal who can pay his like lip service to all the progressive nonsense, like Shapiro seems like the guy.
I think he's a good pick. It's going to be hard to be super popular in such a purple state like Pennsylvania. Like who's pulling 70-80% popularity in a purple state?
True. Yeah. Nobody's going to.
Right.
I saw someone floating like Fetterman. I hope they get that guy up there, and then he's like iPadding his way through a debate. That would be horrible.
Trump would unplug him.
And
Trump would unplug him. He messing with his screen.
Like maybe this is like overly simplistic, but I feel often like almost a good way to suss this out is to see what your opposition would fear most being put forward. And so like if you were a Democrat this electoral season, you wanted anybody but Donald Trump on that ticket because none of the other Republicans inspire that sort of turnout. Nobody. What, fucking DeSantis? No, none of these people. In the same way, I would infinitely rather have, Vance or whoever it is go up against Walz or Buttigieg. If it's Walz or Buttigieg, I'm like, oh, thank goodness. If it's Shapiro, I'm nervous. I'm worried. That guy's no idiot.
Have you seen Buttigieg much, like on Fox News?
I've watched
or
enough
anything?
of them, but like the end all be all of it is, in order for Democrats to win, they have to court an enormous percentage of the black vote, which, blacks always end up going Democrat, but they need a big percentage of it. And they also need a lot of Hispanics and a gay man that alienates a huge swath of very religious black people and very religious Catholic Hispanics.
You might be right. And I also think about like white men, blue collar manufacturer environments, auto workers and such. They might also not be so down with a gay guy. So it's an issue. And I've said so many times, repeating or quoting Destiny, like, we can win without you, but we can't win with you. Can we just take this like trans person off the cover of the book? Right. I'm not saying we need to be bad on trans issues. Just stop making them the cover of the book. And with Buttigieg, maybe I'm doing what I said.
Yeah, playing into it again. Like,
right.
I think it's a difficult thing.
I just like him because I see him as the Fox News whisperer, right? He can go into the lion's den and get Fox people to applaud him. And I'm like, if you could do that, then you could actually win over people from the other side. You could actually possibly unite the country. This guy can sell his accomplishments if, he were to win and actually have some. We haven't had.
He oversaw that train derailment.
We haven't had a communicator from the Democratic side in a long time.
Yeah.
I hope they pick Pete. One thing I definitely saw this election cycle was nobody cares about Barack Obama anymore. Like, he looks so weak at those speaking engagements. Like, he couldn't control his own crowds. Like, they get. Come on now, calm down now. Come on now, quiet down. Please, quiet. Please. It was he lost complete control. And then I saw another one.
I am speaking.
I saw another one where he was.
That was pretty good.
He was just talking down to the black guys in the room. It was like, so if it's not this, it's not that. Why is it you don't want to vote for it? Let's talk about why you don't want to vote for a woman.
So I came to your barbershop today, talk to you about the election, and it's about time you guys put your full force behind Kamala Harris.
I like. By the way,
don't touch me. You're filthy.
I like it when Obama talks down to people. And maybe it does. Maybe it loses elections. But I see him being like, "Hey, I see you shouting at the other side, yelling at them in restaurants and such." It's like that's not the way to go. You got to listen and then make up your mind. You can't just yell all the time and be so close-minded. And I'm like, yeah, Brock, set him straight. I often like what he has to say, but.
Yeah, but he's lost touch. Like what he says may or may not be right, but he's lost touch with like the electorate. He's lost touch with those rallies. The people that were showing up, those weren't his people anymore. It was clear like they didn't see him with the same reverence that even I guess I would see him as. Yeah.
Well, you also got to think that when he got traction was 20 years ago. So those people are no longer 20 years old anymore. They're 40 years old. And so like a lot happens when you go from 20 to 40, like economically and life and things happen. And sometimes you lose the luster of voting for somebody just because they have a certain characteristic, like being a woman or whatever. Maybe sometimes it's the substance of what it is that they're saying and their policy that you're like, well, you know what? Fuck this guy. Like
Obama lost that. He lost that panache. That je ne sais quoi they used to talk about with him. And do you remember when Bilbo had the ring when he was 111 years old.
Yeah.
And then he lost the ring. And the next time Frodo sees him, he's like, "Oh, this guy's like 100 years older now."
Yep.
That happened with Barack Obama. I remembered him being like a really young looking guy. Like when he finished the presidency, I specifically remember thinking like, damn, like obviously this guy's way younger than a lot of other presidents still at the end, but like it really, he looks more than 8 years older, to be fair, but like he didn't take that like presidential destruction route that a lot of them take. But now it looks like all of that caught up. Like he went from looking virile and like lively to when I saw him talking in this election, he looks fucking old, dude.
You know what he needs?
He looks old and drained. And,
he needs
and
that
sallow.
TikTok. He needs that guy on TikTok
mid-60s,
that
late
fixes
60s,
black
right?
people. Have you seen this guy on TikTok that does old homeless black people hair?
I'm wondering if
have
he's
not
taking
watched,
lock and load.
Homeless. Oh, he's early 60s.
63, yeah.
Okay. But yeah, he really aged a ton. Maybe out of stress. I don't know.
Yeah.
What would he have to be stressed about? I guess he wants his party to keep winning in the future, but like he should just, if I was a president and I was done, I would just, I would W.
I think he genuinely hates
out.
I think he genuinely hates Donald Trump though. And who knows what?
Well, he knows that part of this the impetus of this entire political arc that's largely undoing all of his political machinations when he was in office is a joke he told with Trump there. Like, and if you don't think that he thinks about that, you're crazy. Like
Trump ran for president before
so much
that
of
event.
Not in a serious way, in like a fiddle
way.
fuck
ran
around
so
way.
much harder that time though.
Well, he actually won. There's the clip now. Even now, you can look at the clip where Obama's making fun of him and Trump's doing this smirk. Like, at least I will go down as a president.
Look, if
pulling that kind of shit, get on.
Like, just imagine what a badass Trump thinks that he himself is. You know what I mean? Because he did do all that stuff. And to us, we're probably, to some people, you're like, yeah, but he like lucked into this and fell into that and backed into that other thing. But to him, he saw the path from the beginning. To him, the fucking oceans, the part before his feet. You know what I mean? Like whatever. The last fucking, how long's it been? 12 years, 13 years has just been.
Can't deny the resistance that dude's gone against in so many different levels.
That's true.
I can absolutely. He's taken remedial tests. You know, this like you were like, hey, what's
me, dude?
No, what is the details of Kamala's plan? Has been asked again and again and again. Meanwhile, Trump goes up there and I've got a big, bold, beautiful plan. You're just gonna love it. Trust me. I have concepts of a plan. Right? They do not drill. Trump can say any fucking weird shit. And
they don't
it just gets
listen.
You really do like this. Hold on.
Really do like I
no. I'm serious. Like 2 weeks ago, you were talking about how you live totally inculcated in a left wing kind of biosphere of media.
I didn't.
You said that you thought your media ecosystem was balanced, and it turned out you were woefully misinformed.
Which you have rephrased as you live in a totally inculcated left wing bubble. That's not what I said.
That's what it ended up being, though, because you were espousing all these things from the mainstream
Fox
media.
News is a left-wing bubble?
And Reddit. And you were going to these places and you were so sure
Twitter.
that these things were going to happen. And they didn't. And you said, I want to kind of expand my media horizons, which is true. And that's fair. Yeah. And I feel the same way in that regard. But this idea that you can look at what Trump's gone through just from a media perspective and that he hasn't been grilled and had ridiculous things thrown against him all the time by every major network for a decade is insane. That's just looking at reality and denying
Trump brings it on himself when he says these people have bad genes. They are vermin poisoning the blood of our country. And then you're like, can you believe they're giving Trump a hard time?
I mean, there's so many other examples.
So let me just say
Obama 3 weeks ago, or I'm sorry, a month ago,
Trump was in
brought
the
up
debate saying
I'm actually still going right here.
The dogs and cats, they're eating your pets, right? That's what he goes up there and says in the one debate he participated in. And they're like, I can't believe they give Trump a hard time. Yeah, he brings it on himself. If Kamala said that people were eating cats and dogs in the debate, that's all they would talk about.
Kamala said she wanted to give trans surgeries to illegal prisoners, and that wasn't held against her feet, was it?
And the fact that you don't know that is
I do know that
of the media not really giving her a fair shake, right? That is not her position
you
anymore.
think the media, dude, the entire reason that Harris went from being the least popular, hidden in a basement vice president of all time to being foisted upon us as though she's brat and a hero with all these ham-handed memes from the media is solely because the media was driving her to popularity. She had no organic popularity. She was a total empty suit that people got to, impose whatever view they wanted on top of her.
This is your bubble, because I saw the organic popularity. I saw the streams with the freaking coconut pilled and how everyone was so
That's
excited.
not organic. If you fell for that, that's on you.
I think these people were excited about her because she wasn't Trump and not because she was Kamala. I mean,
fair.
I'll grant you that.
Fair.
But the idea that there's some media ecosystem propping her up is not true. They were so much harder on her than they were on him.
I completely disagree.
Dude, they were propping her up. I'm sorry, Richard, go ahead.
Let me just say this. Kamala Harris factually did not do an interview for months after she was given the nod. Every single one of her interviews is heavily fucking scripted, where she gets at least 3 days to prepare. And I know a lot of these things because I was invited on the fireside chat with Joe Biden 12 years ago, and they vetted every single question going into it. And Trump, like, love him or hate him, regardless, the man has done interview after interview after. I personally went to fucking Mar-a-Lago for the Crypto Bro Summit down there, and for 4 hours with people on their phones recording him, what questions you got? I asked him about CBDCs and shit like that. There was no screening of questions. The dude was just talking off the cuff. He did podcast after podcast after podcast. He did so many unscripted conversations with people. You couldn't get one sentence in with Kamala Harris without it being heavily scrutinized beforehand. And that's the problem that I had with it.
I think she went 6 weeks before she did her first interview.
6 weeks.
Well, he said it was months. That's a long time.
Almost 2 months.
Her whole campaign was months. Trump did take interviews, especially in his first term. I would argue less so in the second one. He did fewer rallies and fewer interviews, and the interviews he did were often super friendly. He didn't go on 60 Minutes like she did, where her feet were held to the fire. He would go on Fox News. He would go on Hannity's
pause there
show.
For a second.
He went on CNN and did a town hall. But they mandated that everybody who went to that town hall was a Trump supporter. Those are the kind of stack the deck events that Trump did.
Let's stop it for a second. You just implied that 60 Minutes held Harris's feet to the fire, right?
Okay, yeah, I did.
Okay. Do you know that they selectively edited out questions?
I've heard that. What did they edit out?
They edited out insane, ridiculous, retarded ramblings from a moron in order to put a different answer from a different question into the edit. Yes,
I need to look into this.
This is a good example of the media ecosystem.
You're going to say that I didn't hear it, and I did. I did hear about this.
And you maintain that the media did not prop her up when they're actively editing things in order. The media edited.
Fox News did that for Trump. Did you know that?
Hold on. The media edited.
Did you know that?
Hold on.
Question.
It's Fox versus. There's Fox on one side, which is, I will admit, right-wing propaganda.
Fox, JRE.
Actually, it's not the largest.
Right.
ABC, NBC, and CBS are far and away the largest. You know this. Fox is the most right-wing, and it's right-wing propaganda. I know that. The other ones are largely left-wing propaganda. And so when you say, 60 Minutes held her feet to the fire. No, they didn't. They edited a video to make it appear that she answered differently because they knew that releasing it would make her appear foolish. Meanwhile, that same exact program edited Trump to make him seem like he was saying Nazis were good people. Obama brought up 3 weeks ago the good people on both sides farce lie. And there was no fact checking. There was no
rebranded that as it's
it's just you not watching the original video.
What?
Dude, he says.
Say that again.
He
said, I didn't watch the original video again.
You clearly didn't, because he says he decries white nationalists and Nazis in that video.
With confidence, but not facts.
My God, dude.
You just said I've never seen the video.
Then were you not listening?
I've seen it, and I've read the transcript, and I've looked into this again and again and again.
He overtly says he's not talking about white nationalists and Nazis. But there were good people on both sides
Trump
protesting.
two-step, and I've like laid the Trump.
This is your own little nonsense,
so many
dude.
times.
Like this is your way of rationalizing everything he says into something you disagree with. The Trump two-step.
The Trump two-step is like widely recognized as a natural speech pattern that he does. He will say like, "Oh, there are good people on both sides, but I don't like some of the people."
Are the media biases I just laid out untrue, or are they true?
I was still talking.
You've interrupted me 50 times.
You called me out for it.
And you continue to talk. So
I called you out for it.
Am I right in that the media overwhelmingly was bolstering Harris through selectively editing interviews, giving her, okay, well then there's no inroad to this conversation because you're just living in a different reality.
To a standard that they didn't hold him to. And you saw it again and again. Like it seemed like Trump could say ridiculous, insane things, and the media this time was trying to not take the bait by not calling him out on every little thing he said.
You're so disconnected, man.
If Kamala had said that immigrants were eating our cats and dogs, if Kamala had said that vermin were invading or poisoning the blood of our country, this stuff would get so much more attention. But with Trump,
calling their political opponents Nazis for a decade.
Kamala didn't call him a Nazi. But Trump did call her a Marxist, a communist, socialist, the whole thing, a fascist. Kamala didn't call him a fascist.
That was a huge part of their campaign, is that he was.
Everybody called him a fascist.
Everybody called him a fascist. The people that knew Trump called him a fascist. The people that worked
because
for Trump
an email was sent out that fascist is the vocabulary word this week.
Like if you can't like admit that the mainstream media does have a left-wing bias. Word. If you don't see that, that's on you. Like, do you really think that these organizations, which are staffed almost entirely by Democrats, their staff donates to Democrats, they vote Democrat? Like, you don't think they have a bias in how they're covering these things?
Why are you saying what I think?
No, I'm asking you. I'm saying you don't think do you think they have a bias? Let me phrase it that way. Do you think the mainstream, ABC, NBC, every mainstream...
it depends which ones you pick.
CNN seems to have... Other than Fox.
I think CNN probably has a left bias, that's true, but they were tougher on Kamala than they were on Trump this news cycle. MSNBC, clearly they're biased. They're not going to defend them. ABC and NBC, from what I've seen of them, they try to get it right. Fox News doesn't try to get it right. Jerry doesn't try to get it right. They just say their favorite stuff. Yeah, dude, that's hugely influential.
Yeah, it is. And JRE like lets people on and then they chat for 3 hours. Like Joe Rogan
will have like non-political comedians on there and he'll turn it into politics.
Joe Rogan is a liberal who got fumbled.
But you don't think Jon Stewart did that?
Of course he did.
You telling me what I think? What is it I think?
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, if you think that, like, Joe Rogan has people on, like comedians, and they have, political conversations, and that has a perspective on it, isn't that what Jon Stewart did?
So Jon Stewart called out Kamala far more than Jerry called.
Oh, no, I was talking about like 15 years ago. Not.
Oh, yeah. Jon Stewart's obviously for the left. I'm not trying to pretend that he's like calling it down the middle, balls and strikes. He's not, right? Jon Stewart is an agent of the left, I would say. So there.
Yeah.
I like Jon Stewart. He's one of my favorite liberals. So is and I like Bill Maher.
Bill Maher.
I think they've got when I listen to them speak, I don't think of them as agents for the left. I think of them as expressing their true perspective and like their truth. To put it that way, I think they're just being honest, and I think they're, especially with Jon Stewart, the way he went and got that money for those 9/11 workers and all those people that were affected by that poison. I appreciated that a ton because it's true. Like, look, we sent soldiers into gunfire, but all those guys didn't even know what they were signing up for. They didn't know the poisons that they were going to be exposed to, and the diseases and the problems they were going to face the rest of their lives. So why can't we handle their medical bills in this country? That was crazy to me.
Yeah, I think Jon Stewart is a good man.
Yeah,
so I like him.
And Bill Maher's fucking funny. I saw Jon Stewart defending
Harris calls Trump
Tony Hinchcliffe. Tony Hinchcliffe had the whole joke. They turned that into a campaign ad. There's a Kamala ad with him in black and white telling the joke. And they ran with that like that was going to do something. And Jon Stewart was like, to be fair, that's what he does, though. And they played him roasting at the Tom Brady roast. And
that was influential for me. Like Jon Stewart said he was funny, and he's a roast comedian. And when I looked at it through that lens, I was like, yeah, it was it was definitely a mistake to put him on the stage. Like, they shouldn't have hired a roast comedian because he's gonna roast. That's what's up. But that's probably not a good way to win votes.
That was poor tactics.
Have you heard Tony Hinchcliffe's like take on the whole thing post election?
No,
so.
He's like, probably stoked Trump won.
He's like incredibly stoked. He was stoked. He was getting
stoked is the wrong word. Relieved.
Yeah, he was getting. I'm sure he was getting death threats and stuff. It was going to fuck up his career if Trump lost, and they attributed any small part of that to him. You know, if like the Puerto Rican vote had been 95% Kamala,
right,
and
in Pennsylvania in particular, and flipped it, and
You're like those 30,000 votes would have changed the world, dude. You killed it. You killed us all, Tony.
Yeah.
But he's like, I had been watching a lot about Puerto Rico and how many of you may not know this, but they have an issue with their landfills. They're overfilling. And it's a real problem that I was trying to bring a little light to.
Is that? Oh my gosh, I didn't know the genesis. So I know Joe Rogan
cared about that.
Joe Rogan said that he told Tony not to tell the joke, which was probably good advice. He should have followed.
He should have, but he went edgy with it, and I'm never gonna.
It worked out. I don't hold it against him.
Edgy with it.
It's a funny joke.
4 comedians telling jokes. I know.
You should be able to say, that's literally why I don't watch Bill Maher at all.
Okay.
And so this is from no perspective on his political takes. I hate his joke delivery. I've watched one special of his ever, many, many years ago. That dude does not have it. There's a reason he's a talk show host and not a primarily stand-up comedian. That dude does not have it.
I actually agree. I think his delivery is terrible. I think his jokes are sometimes good, but I don't know that he's writing his own jokes. I suspect he has a staff that comes up with a lot of the stuff that I like. I do appreciate his stances because he pushes back on the left a lot when they do the stuff that I also think is stupid. Like, I'm closer to Bill Maher's views. Yeah, if you don't know him that well, for example, the left would apologize for like abuse of women so long as they're Muslim. And he's like, what is that all about? Like, there's no way that you would be okay with this in America, but you're like, hey, burqas are cultures too in some other country.
Sure.
And I'm like, yeah, Bill's right. So
stuff like that. You're right. But he's going to have to do some real heavy lifting to convince me he's actually funny, because it's
the show is funny. Like, if you watch
it's like, no, he's like when I do see clips, he's like doing that red meat style comedy where it's like, what's the name of that Fox News late night quote unquote comedy show they used to have?
Greg Gutfeld, the biggest late night show on television.
Yeah, and it's like, that guy's not actually being funny. Maybe he and Bill Maher, maybe they're funny guys. I bet if you hung out with them and you were just riffing, they're both very funny guys. But the jokes they're telling are just like, oh, did you guys hear the liberals are up to this today? What a bunch of retards. Like, that's basically what it is. And then you wait 4 seconds, you let people laugh, and then you make another smarmy comment that insinuates how much better you are. And it's like, that these aren't like funny jokes though.
Well, that's what late night monologues are like, right? Like, you remember Leno and Letterman? And
I do not. I've never watched a second of Leno.
Oh, well, I've watched hundreds of
Many
hours
seconds?
of like I'd watch Leno almost every night. We were a Leno household, not a Letterman household. He was too mean.
Were they on at the same time?
Yeah,
Yeah.
competed. They always
There was
competed.
a
Letterman to me was the more adult and mean-spirited of the two, and Leno was the more goofy, have a good time kind of guy. That was the feel I always had for it. And then I always like Conan though, because I like the really zany thing that he did.
And Leno was never political that I can recall. Like, I don't even
apolitical. Yeah.
You know, I'm sure he picked on. I'm sure in the '90s when Clinton was having his issues, he got some blowjob jokes thrown at him. But the way it is today, how
he didn't have an agenda.
The way it is today, like you've got Jimmy Kimmel crying on air after the election.
Did he?
What?
Yeah.
God.
You know, Jimmy got a little cracked up. You know, he was.
Wait, what network is that on?
It's ABC probably.
It's on NBC.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it says The Tonight Show starring Jimmy Fallon, NBC.com.
Jimmy Kimmel.
Jimmy
Kimmel.
Yeah, Kimmel, Fallon, and especially Colbert have an
ABC.
agenda. It didn't used to be that if these late night campaign or shows had a leaning, maybe, but not an agenda. Colbert was like an agent of the blue team trying to help them win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Leno,
like
I'm
that.
sure back in the day you'd have like Bob Dole went on both of those shows. You know what I mean? Like and had a good time with them. I'm sure they were kind to Bob Dole.
He lost
when
weight.
he went on those shows.
What an embarrassing loser. What a
has for a long
fucking.
time.
Can you imagine being worth what he
now
is?
show him in blackface, Zach. Show him in blackface now.
Show him in blackface as Shaquille O'Neal on the Man Show, which was a funny show.
It's Carl. It's Carl
Malone.
Carl Malone
Yeah,
is
it's
doing
Carl
it, I think.
Malone. When he and Adam
Wait.
Carolla were still doing a funny show on Spike TV.
The Man Show.
Yeah, the Man Show. I
watched
was like
all of
14, but I remember thinking,
now I'm gonna cry.
You know, I'm okay with this, actually. Does that make me racist? I'm like, man,
No, it makes him racist.
let comedians tell jokes.
Dude, people say blackface is out of style. I say it never left. I say we bring blackface. We're bringing blackface back, folks. We're gonna do it.
Was he making fun of him being a pedo?
Show the one where they're tricking. One of them tricks the woman into looking through that little telescope thing at the.
Oh, he's eating her butt.
While the other one like ogles her and like looks under her skirt and stuff. Oh, he looks better in blackface there as the woman. Is that an Oprah he's trying to do, or like? I mean, it kind of looks like
it would have had to have been Oprah. Think about the time it was.
Yeah, it's not Michelle Obama.
No, this was pre-Michelle Obama. It had to have been Oprah.
I mean, she existed, I'm sure.
And it works. Like, he's a little thinner than Oprah was at the time.
It's good stuff.
Yeah. Anyway.
But yeah, he cried. And it didn't used to be like that to make your point. Like, they didn't. Leno and Letterman were definitely not these agents for the DNC, which I strongly feel like all of the late night guys are, except for Conan. Again, Conan is just like his own zany.
You'd say, right?
Apolitical always. Like
Jimmy Kimmel on ABC weeping over the loss of a Democratic candidate. Pretty embarrassing.
Tip of the hat. That goes to your point.
Yeah, it's lame. I just want entertainment in that space. But look, you go to Fox News to the most popular late night show at Greg Gutfield, and it is so far to the right. It's further to the right than the guy crying over there is. Like it really is.
Fox News is a fucking joke. Like every single segment seems to be like, the Democrats are doing this. How's this going to impact our ability to give Israel $1 jillion? It's like,
that's why I watch it. I try to help. It doesn't change my mind, but I hope that it helps me understand how people have the other opinion. Like that. That's why I watch Fox News.
I'm trying to think of a better like right-wing news source because like I hate Fox. I do not see my views represented on Fox at all.
I feel like
all the time. I love it.
Op-ed is it's such a tough pill to swallow. Like because they're all again tapping into that fight or flight response just to keep you hooked, to keep you coming back, get more impressions, get more ad revenue, like confirmation bias. And it's just it's so gross. It's like what the fuck happened to just reporting? Like, can you just give me some facts and like maybe trust that I'm smart enough to figure out?
Here's the secret, Richard. There was never just straight reporting.
Yeah, there was.
Well,
the dream of like, oh, that journalist in the 70s, like they were still influenced.
I don't think
it's nothing like
now.
not
like now.
They did their best. And here's what I want to get out, that there used to be a huge penalty for getting the news wrong. I think it was Dan Rather who falsely put out this letter about W's service in the National Guard, maybe something about avoiding the draft or whatever. Mm-hmm. And he presented it as real. He didn't know he fucked up. So it turned out that it was like they could tell it was a fake letter because it came off a word processor instead of a typewriter or something like that. But he fell for it, reported it as it was news instead of it being a prank or a mistake, and it ruined him. Like it became this really big deal. It ruined his name. It ruined his good. Like he got fired. I think it was terrible. Now. Do I have the wrong person? Is it not Dan Rather?
No, I was just going to add on to that. Do you remember when Geraldo Rivera exposed troop movements during the fucking war live on TV? It may have been when we were first going into Kuwait, like maybe Desert Storm was beginning or something like that, or may have been one of the we kept going back over there. I lost track, but it was one of those.
But when you fouled up and got the news wrong, it used to be you'd lose public trust. There was a penalty. Your ratings went down. You would get fired. It was a problem. Now, if you get news wrong, as long as I wish it was right, it's cool.
Yeah.
That's
a lot of.
Did you see the crew over at Morning Joe, who got to be the most vehement Trump haters in the world?
Yeah.
I think
is that the MSNBC morning show?
Yeah, Joe Scarborough and his wife Mika went to Mar-a-Lago.
I didn't know they were husband and wife. That's such a cool perspective change for me.
Check me.
You're watching this shit?
I watch everything. I want to know what people think and what they're saying. You know, I want to stay well informed, Taylor. You know, maybe if you were more well informed,
I don't think
the brave Ukrainians.
I don't think network news is the way to stay informed.
Okay, well, I want to know what's going on over there nonetheless. I'm not going to turn a blind eye to it. And over there, they are the most vehement Trump haters in the world, as far as I'm concerned. They've been calling him Hitler and the end of democracy every day for months and months and months. And then their show, like either yesterday or today, was like, so on Thursday, we made a request to the Trump team that, you know, we'd like to sit down with him sometime. And on Friday, he obliged. And we did, in fact, sit down with the president-elect. And she's just like, and he was polite. He didn't shoot himself or anything. Like, she's having such a hard time expressing that we disagreed. But it's good that we touch base. And it's like, you bent the knee, bitch. You bent the knee, you bitch. You crawled your ass down to Florida because Big Daddy wanted to talk to you. And I love that he immediately got back to her and was cordial and polite. But, you know, when he got him behind closed doors, he's like, you guys don't like me very much, do you?
I agree with everything. I checked it, by the way. She is his third wife, so they're married right now.
That's cool. That's cool. I like a husband and wife duo.
Yeah,
that's what the Republicans need. They need a sexy blonde lady and her husband to be a dynamic Republican duo to combat that. And they
combat
just
Morning Joe.
Yeah, to combat Morning Joe. Yeah.
the heavy hitters that they are.
Fucking Evening Steve, and he's always just happy and cheerful and showing like the good things in the world.
Dude, MSNBC is going to be sold.
His wife's really horny.
I'm curious.
You don't let her talk.
I'm sorry, Woody?
All I said was, do you think so? Like a hit.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Like their ratings are way too bad. The parent networks like NBC are taking ratings hits, I think, because of their association with like absurd propaganda on MSNBC, just hateful shit. And so like they are going to cut it loose because NBC is not going to jeopardize their ratings on the main network seriously tanking because of an association like this. Add that to the fact that MSNBC's ratings themselves are so unbelievably low that most not even hyper YouTubers, but just big YouTubers beat the fuck out of them in viewership. Like I'm curious to see who buys it and if there will be a total shift change in what happens. But it also is a thing of like I saw people being like, oh, Elon Musk is going to buy MSNBC and make it some news network. And it's like, why? Twitter is bigger than ever right now. People are like just the nature of people getting older, like boomers dying, people who got their news from TV primarily dying. Like the transition is towards social. And so buying MSNBC, even if you were some like Miriam Adelson style hyper right-wing Zionist person who wanted to buy that, like there's really no purpose anymore.
I don't know why anyone would buy it. Like to be buying, I'm sorry, Kyle, buying MSNBC is a little bit buying AT&T's landline business.
Yeah.
Like this or terrestrial radio. Like these are not the directions people are going.
Exactly.
MSNBC, I dislike their staff, their cast so much. Almost every host they have on there, I'm like, not this one. And even the better ones I think are below average.
You know, like
dude, if they really wanted to knock it out of the park, no shit, I'm not even joking here, they would fucking axe most of the cast and they would hire the Harry Sissons and stuff like that. They would just I'm not even joking, they would revitalize the youth kind of base. Like I think that would be the move if they were wanting to do it.
Youth doesn't watch network TV.
But I think at this point in time there are some shifts happening, and it could be a wild card. I think you could draw some in.
Maybe you're right, but from just a baseline impression perspective, genuinely a big TikTok account is more influential than MSNBC. Like social media is winning because it's more accessible and it's more real time, and so people are moving away from the kind of anachronistic antiquated view of because it's no longer the quickest. Like if you want to see something,
they're not taking They're not approaching it from a strategic point of view. They are, but a failed one, right? Because they're looking monolithically as network TV. Here's how we're going to do this. This is the way it's always been done. But if you leverage TikTok in a way that you build on top of the show, and you have layers that interact in different ways that you can't have one without the other, I think you would have a really good shot at driving ratings up, right? Because people are emotionally invested. They want these people 24/7. But if they had this kind of payoff for the network, I think they would. I think they would tune in. I mean, they would still interact with the social component on TikTok and everything. But
I think what you're going to see is that like the networks are going to shift to the right to try to court that audience that is clearly more right, and they're not going to want to hear doomsday foretellers all day, every day on every single network. I saw Dana Bash, I think it is. She's the blonde lady on CNN. There's a Nazi turf war that flared up in Columbus, Ohio. You may have heard about.
What?
Yes, there was a Nazi turf war that flared up in the streets of Columbus, Ohio that you may or may not have heard about. You may have seen the black and red Nazi swastika flags and the masks and such. And Dana Bash was commenting on it, and she was like, no way to tell if these are right wing or left wing Nazis. She literally said something like that. Like she refused to take like sides and it's been
on MSNBC. Yeah.
So,
did they have folds? Were there folds in the Nazi flag still or no?
They were like nice black. I mean, I can show you the video. They look nice to me.
I looked up the Social Blade stats.
Are you asking? Are you Alex Jonesing this? Do you think these are like crisis actors with folded flags, or I don't understand?
No, like the ones that you buy off Amazon and they still have all the creases.
They don't look creased to me. These look like they're well ironed.
I've never seen the red and black. That's kind of, I mean, look, I'm not going to become a Nazi because they've got a cool color theme now, but I'm just saying I'm a little more tempted than I was yesterday.
So here's some numbers, because we talked about numbers. I was curious. Fox News YouTube channel last month, these are in millions, 426. So 426 million. MSNBC 272, so a little more than half. CNN 173. I didn't expect it to be third.
Yeah, CNN's viewership is, I believe, older than MSNBC's, and so you have more like older Gen X and boomers who are on the left watching CNN. MSNBC is wholly irrelevant. We're about to see a precipitous decline in Fox based solely on nothing more than boomers dying. Like that's what I'm serious.
I was going a different way. You know what? I think it might be, you know how when gun restrictions are about to get passed, there's hardly standing room in the gun store.
Yep.
But when everything's fine, their sales are low. I think Fox News might be less interesting right now because they won.
And that's another good point.
I was holding off, and that was my point. I was like, if you were going to buy MSNBC, like now's the time to be getting ready to buy it for pennies on the dollar, because you've got 4 years of a Trump administration for those people to really kind of catch steam and whatever it is going to be.
Yeah. And that's true. But like liberals have been drifting away from MSNBC for a while towards either just online news or the main core CBS, ABC, NBC.
I want accurate news. I want my predictions to be right. I want my the things that I base my opinions on to be on target. Like accurate news is what I like. PBS a lot.
So you blame the news for the bet. You feel you were misinformed. Let us straight.
No. I blame me for the bet. I blame the news for making me think I was going to win on like November 1st.
And that's fair. I mean, if that's what you would expect, if there was a large media apparatus
they
that had the same bias.
Don't worry, Woody. You know that bitch that led you astray retired, right? Like she was so embarrassed.
Ann Stelzer, that cunt.
Stelzer.
Yeah,
Ann Stelzer.
She quit in defeat. Like she was supposed to be the gold standard for polls. She says Kamala's leading Iowa by 3 points. 3 days before election day, and I believed it. And I was in here with you thinking like, fuck, I got to send this guy money. He's supposed to send me money. I'm so mad. On election night, I couldn't look on election night. I was watching police videos until I started getting hints that it was looking good, and then I switched over. I didn't want to take the defeat. I had PayPal pulled up on an iPad.
And then what happened? You pivoted from a perfect victory against Woody into the ultimate loss against me on the size of basketball hoops.
And I still stand by the fact.
And you know how I won that?
All,
facts and logic.
No, not facts and logic, because it's so close that you even had to be like, oh, wow.
I was nervous when I saw it.
First of all, 2 basketballs do fit into the rim. They just won't go through. And I know that's a weird,
yeah, so it doesn't fit in the definition of the word fit.
And I was led astray because fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson is on. I linked you to Neil deGrasse Tyson, saying that they'll fit through it. I watched that cocksucker say these words to a group he was on a podcast and he was like, "Did you know? Did you know that he was talking about how accurate someone like Michael Jordan was being? Oh, but didn't you know that it's twice as big as it needs to be? 2 basketballs will fit through an NBA hoop side by side." And they're all like, "Wow, mind blown, Black Science man!" And I was like, put that one in the old memory warehouse. Store that one away under silly facts to fuck with Taylor about. And then when it came time to go in the old memory warehouse, I went in the drawer, pulled the file out. Yep, checks out. Black Science Man says it's good. Threw it in your face, and you fucking checkmated me. It was bullshit. I won't pay. You could send him an IOU. Send it over to Neil deGrasse Tyson at Twitter, and he'll pay you $10.
Yeah, and now you know what else that guy said? He said Pluto's not a planet.
Pluto's not a fucking planet.
Pluto's more a planet than it's ever been.
Why would I bother?
I don't know why you hate Pluto planets so much.
I don't.
Yeah, why are you Pluto?
Do you guys wrap up at 4 hours on this?
Yeah.
We do.
All right.
Not on the dot or anything, but
okay.
You gotta go.
I was gonna say no. I need to get something in because
fire off.
So the book that I've been writing is on addiction, and I like to lead every chapter with a quote. I start the book with a quote from Prince, and there's a war going on. The battlefield is in the mind, and the prize is the soul. And the book's about digital addiction and everything. And the 5th chapter is on detoxing. And I was looking through different areas within the Bible to try to find a quote. And so I dropped them in the chat there. And I was like, fucking Taylor would be perfect to pick this because he's always dropping quotes whenever we're doing a podcast. So I couldn't figure out something to lead that chapter. And I didn't know if you had any thoughts on that or anything like that.
Ooh. So what's the full theme of the chapter? So
the 5th chapter is on detoxing. And thinking about it a quote about strength and either perseverance, knowing that there's a light at the end of the tunnel. I don't know if you can see what I dropped in there. Was two from Romans, and
yes, I see that. In the same way, I tell you, there is rejoicing in the presence of the angels of God over one sinner who repents. Luke 15:10. Not only so, but we also glory in our sufferings because we know that suffering produces perseverance, character, and hope. Romans 5:3-4. And I consider that our present sufferings are not worth comparing with the glory that will be revealed in us. Romans 18:8. And I do not consider that I have made it on my own, but one thing I do, forgetting what lies behind and straining forward to what lies ahead, I press on. Philippians 3:13-14. Of those ones, I got to say, I like the Philippians one the most at the end. The straining forward to what lies ahead and press on. Being nitpicky. Let's go ahead and King James this up. Get the King James in there. Yeah,
please.
Let's do that. Let's see Philippians 3:13 and
because I will use it. Because this is the one quote I've been struggling with.
Yeah, this is, and you want more Bible sounding? You go New King James Version. Brethren, I do not count myself to have apprehended, but one thing I do, forgetting those things which are behind and reaching forward to those things which are ahead. Better.
Yeah.
I'm biased, but the New King James Version of the Bible is the best one we have access to. And so I would use that one. Sounds more regal.
Paste it in the chat and I'll put it in there. And I'm going to thank every one of you guys for helping contribute to me writing the book.
Yeah, that's tell people good. I'm a published author on my Twitter bio now.
You should. I'm going to add it right now. But yeah, that's good. I like Bible verses in places like that. People rip on it, but there's a tremendous amount of wisdom and knowledge in the Bible, and so that's very good, and it's inspiring.
It was one of those things that for me was really, really challenging, surprisingly, because what I was doing, I was taking a look at my insight, and I was like 50 plus hours a week on my phone, and then looking at how much time was like on Instagram and everything else. It's like, fuck, man, like if I were to extrapolate this out over like the average lifespan of a male, and like dude, that's more than a year of my life. So for me, I know a lot of people are going to downplay the addiction component to their phones and stuff like that, but at least I'm giving my anecdotal journey and process for developing these tools that kind of help me find balance.
Good. Like I'm excited that you're doing this, man. And this is a good verse from 2 Peter that could also maybe apply.
I love it.
We're just doing Bible stuff now, boys.
I love it.
I was going to pick a movie quote.
No.
Dude,
we will not dilute this with movies.
I'm ruining like with like spoiler alerts here, but I end the book with Joe Dirt. It's Life's Garden, dig it.
So this is another one that I think I'll read it. It's 2 Peter 1:5-8 for the end or the intro there. And besides this, giving all diligence, add to your faith virtue, and to virtue knowledge, and to knowledge temperance, and to temperance patience, and to patience godliness, and to godliness brotherly kindness, and to brotherly kindness charity. And so it's almost a guide step of what to add in what order in order to fulfill and to fortify yourself in Christ. And so that's very good. Kyle, get that shit out of here. What the fuck is that?
Okay, my bad. I thought my quote was cool too. 13th Warrior.
Speak again, dumbass.
Oh, I literally thought that was like a Quran post. It is. It is? Oh, well then I was right.
I don't know if it's a Quran post. But it is a Muslim character who says the words.
Fish is gonna be mad at me, but nah, we're going Bible mode, bitch. We're not going Quran mode.
I mean, I quote Charlie Munger in the analytics part, right? Show me the incentive, I'll show you the outcome. I like a bunch of really good quotes.
I like that one.
That's Charlie Munger.
Yeah.
What did he write?
This is the best quote.
He is Warren Buffett, sort of
but yeah,
right hand man. I think he died recently. Yeah,
Okay.
And I don't know. He speaks about business in a way that's somehow to me both simple and insightful, and I like
so
it.
Simple. Simple.
That's some of the easiest way to tell someone really is astute at what they're talking about is an ability to concisely express a very complex idea. It's like, oh, okay. This guy just explained something that's way over my head in layman's terms rapidly. Right. This guy actually gets it.
Yeah, he's a great businessman, and I don't know, he's dead.
You ever seen the 13th Warrior?
Have I seen the 13th what?
Warrior. 13th Warrior.
No, and I haven't, man.
Dude, it's good. It's good.
You're just bullying me at this point, Kyle.
I asked Taylor because it's perfect setup. Because now
is it a movie?
Plot,
yeah.
If I asked Woody, he'd be like, "Yeah, it's good." I'd be like, oh,
yeah, it's good.
Yeah, it is good, ain't it? But
I feel that purpose. No. Ask me any movie you want to explain. I'll say I've never seen it.
But I know you'll say I could be like, "Hey, you ever see the 10 Commandments?" You'd be like, "Nope," and I can quickly like pivot and tell you about Charlton Heston, and it'll be great. But no, fucking 13th Warrior, Antonio Banderas. He joins up this group of Viking warriors.
I like him.
They're answering the call of a faraway king. They have to sail there on a longboat. And they press Antonio Banderas into service because one of them old Viking blind witches foretells that they have to pick a 13th warrior from far away. And so they like press him into service and they go to this faraway king in this faraway land. And it's a bit like the kingdom is beset by monsters that come at night and kill them, like werewolves, essentially. And so right away, the first night, they're like, all right, well, we'll sleep right here with you. If the werewolves come, we'll fucking kill them. And the werewolves come the first night. and kill a bunch of our good guys. It's a great story. It's Vikings, and Antonio Banderas is there the whole time, kind of as the audience's viewpoint, because he's never met a Viking before either.
He's not
so
a
it's
Viking.
all
No,
but he quickly like learns to speak Norse just by listening, so that's helpful.
that would be okay.
Yeah, it's
Interesting. I'll put that on the not gonna see it list.
Yeah,
it's a huge list.
You uncultured.
You know what? You know what's at the tippity top?
Terminator 2
and Terminator 1. Not gonna
Have
watch
you seen
it.
all the Rockies, Taylor?
Haven't seen any of them. I've
No,
never seen
you're
Rocky
kidding, you're
1.
kidding.
I'm
He's
not
never
joking.
seen it.
I've never seen Rocky.
Wow.
At this point,
I haven't
like,
seen
I'll
Titanic.
see a classic movie. I haven't seen.
You're not
Titanic
missing
either.
anything. Titanic's nothing. You're fine. You know what happens. It's a love
None
story.
of,
Ship
none of
goes
the chick
down.
flicks I've seen.
Everyone's
Like,
sad.
Notebook,
I saw-
Dirty Dancing. None of it.
I saw
You
a
never
clip
seen
of this
Dirty
like old couple that was really sad, crying on a bed as their room filled with water in a GIF, and I'm like, that's probably Titanic.
I don't
Wait
know.
until I get married.
Yeah, movies. That's for the birds. You know. That's, I don't
Do you have
need
a steady girl,
to-
Richard? I'm curious.
No.
No. Okay.
I
No,
mean,
you won't.
we could get into
It's
it.
a
But
little complicated, it seems.
Yeah.
But the high level answer.
no, it's not even complicated. Not even.
Oh, it's very simple these days. Richard simplified the shit out of it.
It's not even complicated. The answer is no.
No. Yeah, I'll tell you some more stuff later, maybe.
Roger that. Yeah,
Well, you're going to be
yeah.
a tremendous king to some queen out there, my friend.
I bet that's true. Yeah.
All right.
There's a lucky girl out there somewhere. She doesn't know who she is.
I think
You
we're all
guys
done.
ready?
Richard, is there anything else you want to push towards? Any
Nah.
shout outs?
No, thank you guys. I really appreciate it. I mean, if you got anybody who does want to donate to Warrior Dog and check that out, that'd be epic. I have some AI products and stuff. I'll probably show you guys. I was even gonna do some stuff on here, but I forgot. So fuck it. So
Next time.
you know,
We'll do
next
it up
time, next time for sure.
So check it out. Donate to Richard's project and check out all the sponsors.
Buy the cum pills.
By the
There it
fucking
is.
cum pills.
You're gonna love them. PKA 727.